and Nomad at night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, No Maniacs, welcome to the show. This is the All Eyes on Future Bears podcast, where we look at all of the, some of these college players out here and try to give you guys a leg up and some kind of insight into, the type of players that we should be looking for in the draft coming up. And what a better game to do it. Kind of wish we would have got the Penn State game in because we hadn't covered those players, the Penn State and Notre Dame game. Really good players in that one, too. You saw that all night. But here we are for this one, man. Texas is chock-loaded full of talent, and so is Ohio State in a real big way. And some of these guys we've talked about already, but I'll put another spin on, I'll kind of frame it in a way that each one of these players can benefit the team, versus the players that we have. Let's say a Tevin Jenkins or a Braxton Jones, whoever it might be. Some of the guys that we're talking about, like a Tyleik Williams, what he can bring to the table next to Javon Dexter. That's how we'll frame that conversation on my end of it. But also, I got excited before the show, man. I got really excited before the show because I heard some breaking news about a player we signed off a practice squad. And I know everybody's going to be like, Nomad, man, here you go again talking about practice squad players, man. But what I have to say about this guy in particular, after I pass it to FFG for some pleasantries, I think you guys will feel me. And then later on after that, once you go on your own, and go check the guy out for yourself, I think you'll understand exactly what I'm about to say. But before I carry on any further, let me pass it on to my guy FFG for some pleasantries.
Yo, what up, No Maniacs? How's everybody doing on this fine Friday night? Hoping you ain't had the battle snow like me. We give number one shout out. First cat, usually always in the chat nowadays. It's Crimson You Dig, Black Diamond, Frank Kuro's with us, Marlon Johnson. Big ups, No Maniacs. We finna jump into this, and everybody gives your opinion about, because we know what we see on the field and what we want to have happen as far as certain positions go. So this would be a good way to be able to forecast a little bit, see who's available when we're drafting, because we might be able to push the talent level through the roof.
So this is absolutely this is my favorite time of the year, is the offseason, when I get to do what I think I do best, and that's, kind of evaluate talent, look at talent. Over here at the Nomad Network, man, we really haven't really missed. And got drafted by the Chargers in the 5th round.
Hey, you there, Nomad?
That he had drafted this cat, but he didn't. So, it's just, here we go. Let me just get right on into it. Let me pull it up. In case you guys haven't found out yet, we did sign a player off a practice squad, off of the LA Chargers practice squad. And that is this guy right here. Let me fix the screen up right quick so you guys can see us. Jordan McFadden came out in 2023, 6'2", 303 pounds. Came out in 2023 again, 5th round pick. Selection of the Chargers. This, what you see on the screen on the right-hand side, is exactly one of the couple little notes that I had on him. I had several, but this is just a couple words from it. Very versatile. Can play guard, can play, I think he can play anywhere, center if he had to, but guard and tackle for sure. Lightning quick feet. I think coming onto the roster, Braxton Jones was probably the fastest and the quickest of the bunch. I think he's faster and quicker than Braxton. And you guys look at the tape and tell me if I'm BSing you or not. Feet and recovery. Oh, his ability to do that is off the charts. Off the chart. His feet are really, really quick. And so, like, when I think about somebody like Larry Borum, right? And I'm constantly looking at him on film. And every time I look at it, I'm constantly saying to myself, it's like, man, if he had better lateral agility to shuffle left, shuffle right, being able to recover when a quicker edge rusher gets to him and gets him off balance, if he had that, he'd be a much better football player than he is right now. This guy has that in spades. Jordan McFadden has that in spades. He just happened to be drafted by a team that really couldn't use his services too much at tackle. And so here he is. And so what else is here? Great timing with his hands. I mean, he is very, very, very patient with his hands. You know, you'll see that right away when you turn on the tape. You'll see that he's got those hands cocked, and he's just back, you know, ready to pop them when it's time to, man. But he's a straight brick wall. I'm talking 2,900 plus snaps the whole time he was at Clemson. Only 2 quarterback hits. I'm gonna say that one more time. 2,900 total reps plus 2,900 with 2 quarterback hits the entire time he was there. Started off playing right tackle, but got injured, I think, his freshman to sophomore season. Not him, but the right tackle got injured. And so they switched him over to left tackle, and he played the entire rest of his career at left tackle at Clemson. I mean, just stellar. Won the the Jacobs blocking trophy awarded to the top blocker in the ACC. This dude is I'm excited about him because I know he's going to be an instant upgrade to our room, and he's going to offer a significant challenge to who's ever there at whatever role they want him to play, whether it's tackle or guard. He's going to present a significant challenge to him. My advice: let him play tackle because he was stellar at it. But I'm a hold a little bit of my commentary and pass to FFG. He's a Clemson fan. Let me see what he thinks about it.
So at first, I didn't remember by name because he had switched positions. But when he took over the left side, one thing that people don't realize is Clemson had a masterful rushing attack with him on that side. So not only was he be able to have quick feet to recover, but he'd get out in space, and he was always turning people out and getting to the second level. Especially when they pulled and went around, he was always on the second level, pushing people 10, 12, 15 yards down the field. And what I love about him is with those quick feet, he anchors real quick so he can hand fight right away. And that's probably one of his greatest strengths. That what you watched yesterday with Notre Dame, how they was getting beat on the outside, guys are just flying around him. He don't got that problem. He's gonna stay with you. And so we need somebody to be able to protect Caleb's blind side. And that's what you want. Somebody with quick feet and can hand fight to slow down the pass rush.
I mean, I'll tell you, I'll take you guys even further into the story. So when I first started doing this podcast and stuff, and I got into the first draft, and I was starting to, check out players, do my evaluations on them and all that, I got to him, and I liked him so much. I got to Jordan McFadden, and I liked him so much that I was watching so many other podcasts and these other commentators talk about this guy in that draft, and every single one of them was talking about he's too short to play tackle, blah, 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 but not just, for the record, he played at Clemson. And so he had some of the top guys, he played against first-round talent. You know what I mean? He played with them on a regular basis, and he did fine. Like, there's a game I remember watching when he came out against Georgia Tech when they had Keon White. Very good edge rusher, D tackle slash, just stolen them the whole game. And so I just never forgot that. And so me trying to convince myself that this guy's too short to play tackle in the league, I had to call one of my teammates, my college teammates who played that position. And I told him who it was, and he started turning on the tape while we were talking on the phone. And he was just like, "What'd you say about him?" I was like, "Man, he's too short to play tackle." He said, "First of all, get that out of your head. Get that right out your head. This dude can play. This dude just flat out can play." And he said, only thing I would advise him if I was talking to him would be to pick up 5 to 7 pounds. So he came into the league at about 295. Now he's up to about 303, 305, somewhere in the neighborhood. So, he's right along, the trajectory of where my guy said he should go. And so I'm just excited about him, as I know he's going to bring instant competition into the room. And we've already upgraded that room just a little bit with Jordan McFadden. I like this player. I loved him when he came out. I shouldn't have been trying to talk myself out of that he can really play with his measurements. Forget the measurables. This guy can play, man. So any more you want to say about Jordan McFadden before we move on?
Yes, sir. Got to think about this. Who's one of the top edge rushers they were talking about all draft last year? And he went to who did he go to this year? But he had a pretty good rookie season. He was killing old boy from Florida State. Javon Curse stonewalled him
No,
for 2 straight years.
You're talking about Jared
think
Verse.
about that. Jared Verse, yeah. Jared Verse. My bad. My brain is way back in the old days, but Jared Verse. Killing him. Killing him, though. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you have that kind of production against that guy who was projected to be the first or second defensive end in the draft, and you crushing him on a regular basis, how do you think he's going to fare against the rest of the league now that he's had a chance to be in a professional setting, got to learn how the NFL goes, and now he's had a chance to practice, got a chance to be evaluated and coached by a really good coach. Now he come here and actually flourish. What do you have playing time?
I'm excited about him, man. I just hope they bring him into, because we got a whole new coaching staff coming in, and hopefully that offensive line crew that comes in won't come in with a closed mind, and they'll see each one of these guys on the roster and don't put a ceiling on them. Don't look at his measurables and say automatically we're just going to give him reps at guard. No, I think you made the mistake of mistakes if you do that right away. I think you let his play tell you where he should be at. And so that's just my opinion. If Ryan Poles were to magically be watching this show, that's my opinion on it. Don't put a ceiling on the guy. Put him wherever you think he might help you at. If that's at tackle, you play him at tackle. I think it's our weakest position, to be honest with you. But that's just me. I'm gonna take this down. We're gonna get to some of these players. Let's start with Texas first, man. I'm gonna pull up some Texas guys. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. Just bear with me while I'm finding the players here. All right, here we go. Of course, who everybody wants to talk about, Kelvin Banks. Would he come into 6'4", 320-pound junior, who I'm not sure if he's going to play in this game because I think he is going to play in this game. It might be Josh Simmons from Ohio State that may or may not play in this game because of an injury a few weeks ago. But Kelvin Banks, a lot of talk about this guy saying that he might be the first tackle off the board, second tackle off the board. Instantly, would he come in here and be an upgrade over Braxton Jones? Yes, number one, that's a fact. Would he still need some work to get to where he needs to be as a starter? He just like any other starter in the NFL, that guy's going to take reps. It's going to take reps to get him where he needs to be. Kelvin Banks is an extremely talented guy. I mean, he's got all the measurables. He's got everything you want. Played against the top talent in college. He would be an instant upgrade to our offensive line right away. I don't think he's going to be there. If he's there, O-line could go pretty early. I don't think he's going to be there by the time we get, I think, the 10th pick. I don't think he's there. But Kelvin Banks, supremely talented guy. I like to see how he stands up against some of this. That's a stacked edge rushing group in Ohio State. How he holds up against Jack Sawyer and JT Tuiamola. So I'm gonna wait to see, my final verdict on him and after he plays this game with everything on the line. Go ahead, FFG.
We're going to see how healthy he is first, because according to the injury report, he's not on it. So I'm thinking he's going to give it to go tonight. But we are going to be able to see him play against power, speed, and great leverage. So he'll face it all tonight. So that'll be a good barometer of how we can gauge him. But hopefully he's healthy enough where it actually means something and not him just being out there just to be out there because they want to go for a national championship. So that's what I'm looking for, the health, his agility, see if he's actually in shape. It's not getting beat because he's injured.
Yeah. Let me get back to it. Hold on. Let me move to the next guy because pretty quickly, this is one of the guys that everybody's excited about. 6'5", 320-pound senior Alfred Collins, defensive tackle. This dude is everything you want to be, and I know when it's important, this guy tends to show up on the screen for you. He's gonna require some double team action, which is one of the things that Ohio State, that offensive line does well. They dual block very, very well when in the wide zone techniques that they run. And he's going to be a force, but they're going to have to double team him to keep him neutralized in this game. But, Texas is just really so laden in talent against along that defensive line that, Alfred Collins is going to be a factor. How much of a factor, I don't know. but he would be an instant upgrade to our defensive line. Day one when he walked into the building, you're talking about he probably would play the role of a big version of Andrew Billings. So I think he can give you some 3-tech reps. I think he can even give you some edge reps if you really wanted to. He's that athletic. But I think his home is going to be at nose in whatever system we're going to be running next year. But high caliber talent, straight blue chipper right here, Alfred Collins.
One thing that I noticed about him, he exploits gaps extremely well with his inside pass rush. I mean, and that puts him in position for lots of tackles for a loss. And so he's going to disrupt the flow of whether it's a power game or if it's a wide zone, he's getting in the backfield. So he's going to change the direction of the play or blow the play up a lot of the time. He's going to force running backs to have to cut back, or he's straight onto the quarterback or run over a running back trying to get to the quarterback. So you're going to see a lot of him behind the line of scrimmage tonight.
If they don't duo block him, let's see if they combo block him in that scheme that they like to run. They really like to tear teams up along the edge, man. If they get that outside zone game going with those running backs and really capture that edge, it's going to be a long day for Texas, man. I'm telling you, when I keep thinking about this game, I keep thinking about there's going to be some plays where they run into an Alfred Collins, but I believe those plays will be mainly, when he's duo blocked to get him out of the way and actually create a hole. But wide zone is what I'm looking for, man. And, they're going to make him chase the entire game. So we'll see what kind of stamina he has. I mean, just a supremely talented player, straight blue chipper right here, Alfred Collins. But let's move on to the next guy. And that is center Jake Majors for Texas, 6'3", 315 pounds. He's got everything you want. Everything you want. Great balance, great football IQ too, man. He's really, really intelligent and is really an asset to the quarterback. And that's what you're looking for. You're talking about replacing, Coleman Shelton. You need somebody to play quarterback along that offensive line. He's all that and a bag of chips. And he's got really, really solid anchor. But his foot quickness, I would just say slightly above average. I don't see it as a hindrance to him, but I believe his foot quickness is probably a lot of what people are going to be talking about moving forward when he goes to the combine, if he does the combine, when he does his pro day and all that kind of stuff. But I think he's a blue chip center in this draft. Jake Majors is a guy, if you don't know about him, you better go check him out, man. He's a blue chip piece.
Yeah, one thing I like about Jake Majors is he's very versatile. He's run more than one offense since he's been at Texas and has excelled. And this kid's never hurt. He's been playing since day one as a freshman. So he's got tons of snaps under his belt. So he hasn't moved around. He's been running that show for as long as he's been there. And that's what you want to see. Somebody who knows what they're doing, can adapt, and can play every style, whether it's power, whether it's finesse. He's got the whole package as far as center goes. So we're going to watch the calls he makes tonight and see how well he directs traffic. That's going to give you a better sense of what he might be able to do at the next.
All right, let's pull up the next player. Nido Umeozulu, 6'4", 330 pounds. Now, I don't know if he's declared yet. Word is that it's a possibility, how this game turns out for him. He may or may not declare for the draft, but I think he's obviously physically ready for the challenge right now at 6'4", 330 pounds. He's a guard only. I don't think he has a skill set or the foot quickness to challenge anyone at tackle. He's not going to be a center. He's a pure guard, instant upgrade for either side of the ball, whether or not we keep I forget his name on the right side, but if the talk is
Bates,
not Bates, the right
Jenkins.
guard. What's his name?
You talking about Tevin Jenkins or Bates?
Talking about the right guard. The right guard.
Oh, you talking about who is filling in this season? What's his name? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But the fact is, we are a strong, needy team. We are really needy at guard, and we're gonna have to pick the right guys. And we're gonna be talking about this all off season. Ryan Poles can't miss in this draft when it comes to, drafting offensive linemen. He's got to get blue chip pieces. And this would be one of them, man. As young as he is, I think he's a nice ball of clay that you can really, really develop. Having him on the interior is going to really help him. You know what I mean? Just being around, veteran guys, you know what I mean? It's going to need some veterans around him to bring him along, but he's got everything you want. Size. I mean, just sheer power, man. We really need beef up front to replace some of the guys that we have. We need to be able to run the ball. And in that process, you got to find the right people so that your line is not being pushed around the entire game. You need guys that don't get pushed around. And Nito Umeozulu, I think I said that right, is one of those pieces, man. I hope he comes out, and we'll have further commentary about him if he does on one of these later shows, but we'll see. Very, very talented kid right here.
He's bigger, powerful. He's made to play guard. He's not going to wow you with anything but pure strength, and it's not going to be what we saw this year. If we end up getting him even later in the rounds of the draft, he's going to be able to stop interior pass rush regardless, and that's what you want. You want somebody who can get in there, and he can actually get out on the running plays and get to the second level. So that's one good thing about this kid, because he's got them gorilla arms. So he's going to be able to be an effective pass rush specialist as well, just by being able to play in that small space that he's required. He didn't have to go far, and that's what you want. You don't want your guard having to go far and pass blocking.
All right, let's pull the next guy up. DJ Campbell, who I think is – it's kind of hard for me to say this, but he's right up in there in the top 1, 2, or 3 guards that I've seen in this draft. DJ Campbell is a straight stud football player, and he's a battler. He's got a demeanor about him that you want to see in Chicago, man. He's going to be – he's an instant plug-and-play guard. You don't have to even think about it. Tell him which side he's going to play on, start giving him reps. That's how talented he is. Right now, he would be his ability is light years ahead of everything we have, even Tevin Jenkins right now. That's how good DJ Campbell is going to be at some point. How fast he gets to that point in the NFL is another question. But DJ Campbell, pure blue chip player, just nothing but sheer power, but foot quickness to match it. You'll see some plays that they'll run to his side where they'll have him lead in a pull blocking scheme when he's the lead blocker. You'll see how the foot quickness is there at 330 pounds. A little bit of speed is there too, and his hands are just absolutely powerful. It's like he touches stuff and it just. You're gonna see during this game, if you watch close enough, that this is a blue chip guard and should be drafted pretty high in this draft.
I was reading an article the other day, and first words was Senior Nasty, because he get down, and I was crying laughing. Senior Nasty, because that's how this kid plays. He is just a fighter inside. He's not letting you go, and if his job is to take you to the ground, he's going to take you to the ground. If his job is to get you out of the way, he pushing you into left field. So there's almost nothing he can't do as far as the interior alignment is concerned, because of his power, strength, and his arms. And like Nomad said, he's walking around with 2 bricks at the end of his wrist. He's just knocking people down. Constantly.
He's impressive to watch, man. He's one of those guys you start watching the tape, and I'm not looking for solo highlights of a DJ Campbell. You're not going to find any of that. Might be somebody might make some cut-ups out there, but you got to go watch the entire – see him play with his unit. And from play down in, down out, what they're asking him to do, whether it's pass sets, gap block, gap scheme blocks, whether it's wide zone, it's like he doesn't have a shortcoming when it comes to whether it's pass blocking or run blocking, man. I've seen him check every box. So I'm not going to be one of those podcasters or commentators struggling to find some kind of weakness in this kid. On the surface, I didn't see it. We're going to watch some more tape, but I don't see a weakness in this kid. I think he's a plug and play. He's an instant upgrade to whether it's Tevin Jenkins or the guy on the other side of the offensive line at guard, instant upgrade. And he plays ball. He's really never hurt. And so his durability is one thing that sticks out too. DJ Campbell's going to be a stud. Whoever gets him, if he lands in Chicago, we just instantly upgraded our offensive line in a good way. So let's get to the next guy. And that is Baron Sorrell, I think is the name of it. And so when I look at this guy, first thing comes to my mind, FFG, is what kind of defense are we going to be running? And what came to my mind is we've on the list of candidates to come in here as head coach, there were I think 3 or 4 defensive coordinator guys, and every last one of them run a 3-4 scheme. So I think at the minimum, I might be saying a little too much, but so far on the surface, it appears that we're gonna at least look at a 3-4 scheme. And so if you go to that at the bare minimum, we're gonna be running some kind of hybrid, I bet. Some kind of 3-4-4-3, depending on how they choose to use the personnel. But when I think about edge rushers and linebackers, this guy comes to right there at the top. He's right there along the lines of Tyleik Williams out in Georgia. He's right there with those guys. If you're going to have an edge rusher / linebacker, he needs to be about 6'3", 6'4", 250, 265 pounds, somewhere in that area. And so that guy's versatile enough to put his hands in the dirt at times and rush the quarterback, stand up, drop back in coverage, and can do both of those things equally. Baron Sorrell is just a straight, pure, freakish athlete and can do anything you ask him to do on the field. And so if we do go to a 3-4 scheme, this is going to be, he's got to be probably in the top 3 or 4 edge rushers you would want to, draft on this team, because he would be an instant impact on this defense. And I keep saying instant impact, and I mean it. This guy is going to be an instant impact on whatever defense he goes to. I'm telling you, he's got it all.
Yeah, Baron is a prototypical edge rushing linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. He's perfect for that. He's got the speed, he's got the power, he can transition very well, and when he's supposed to rush, his speed to power is ridiculous, where he can get around the edge almost anybody, and he's got decent pass rush moves where he got the spin move, he's got the swim move. I mean, and he can bend. So he does whatever you need because of his athletic ability. He's probably like, a shorter version of LeBron out there, because that's what you want. You want fast, quick, and strong, and that's what he is.
He's just pure power, man. He's pure power and speed and dynamic, man. I mean, the versatility he brings to the defense. I mean, this is what you want. If you would draw up an edge rusher that can play in that scheme, he probably look just like this. I mean, he's like the prototypical 3-4 edge rusher. He might, somebody in a 4-3 might say he's a little undersized, doesn't have the longest limbs in the world, but I think he's got fairly long arms for his size. I just think he's perfect for any scheme, to be honest with you. You can build him into a 4-3 edge rusher, but particularly a 3-4 edge rusher, he can start, plug, and play right away. So let's get to the next guy. And we're down to Ohio State players. Hold on. Give me a second to pull them up.
I got you, 6th grade. You ever mess with me?
I see.
But then if you want to say Peyton is spelled with an E, not an A. You want me to say something?
All right. My favorite my favorite edge rusher in this draft from a 3-4 edge rusher standpoint. Not from a 3-4, but from a 4-3 edge rusher standpoint. In the system that Flus was running was JT Tuiamola. I think he's the total package. How he would fit in a 3-4 scheme, which is kind of what they do at Ohio State now. I wouldn't say he's a beast in coverage or anything like that. He's fluid enough to make stuff happen in coverage. But as a 4-3 edge rusher, I think he's top of the class. I think he's everything you want as a run stopper and as a pass rusher. He's not the toolsiest pass rusher in the draft at all, but you don't need that when you're that big and powerful. You know what I mean? All you need is just like, you look at Lawrence Taylor or somebody like that. Wasn't a big, huge guy. He leaned into what he was good at. He wasn't a technical guy whatsoever. But what he was good at is speed and power. That's what this cat's good at, speed and power. Don't complicate it. Don't overcomplicate it. And whatever coach ends up, tutoring him, hopefully they won't overcomplicate it. This dude is everything you need at an edge rusher. Everything you need. JT Tuimoloau, man, my hat's off to this guy. And he's gonna flash in this game. I know he will.
Definitely. This kid, one thing that's not talked about enough, he's got relentless motor. He don't stop coming. So with that speed to power, whether the play goes away from him, whether it's coming towards him, he gets beat initially, he's still coming and he still gets home as much as he can, which is most of the time. And so that's why you see most of his sacks, he just beat the tackle off the line of scrimmage and gets to the backfield. A couple of those, but normally he works for it. And that's what you want, somebody who works for everything they get because they're relentless. And that's what this kid is, relentless. And I would love to see us have somebody like that on the backside of Montez that's relentless, and he knows his job is to get to the quarterback constantly.
Truth in conversation. Let me ask our producer Nick if you can find out what JT's arm reach. I think he's talking about his arm length. If you can find out what his length is, man, that will really help because I'm not sure exactly, but he's got some fairly long arms. All right, let me pull that down and get to the next guy. Josh Simmons, who I don't think is going to play, but any commentary you got on Josh Simmons before I say anything?
I'm not sure if he's going to play either, but he's a great tackle on the outside. His anchor is ridiculous, and because he can move his feet, he's got powerful hands. He's able to stay in front of a lot of because he plays against in the Big Ten where there's nothing but speed and power on the outside. So he's tested on a consistent basis. He matches up very well with a lot of the players they have in the Big Ten. And he can actually get to the second level when on run plays, which I like because he's at times he's a road grader. And that's what you want as an offensive tackle. Keep people off your quarterbacks behind, and when it's time to run, you plow the way like out here in the snow. You push forward, and that's what this kid does.
A lot of people will say, like watching him on film, the first thing that sticks out to you is how good he actually is in pass pro. He's probably at least top 3 because I'm having a brain fart right now. I'm thinking about some guys. He's probably top 3, I think, in pass pro. Top 3 of the offensive linemen in this draft. Top 3. A lot of people might say he's the best at it. I'm not sure about that. I ain't ready to make that declaration. But he is really that. He's like that. And when it comes to pass pro, bro, straight up. And in order for you, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, he's so good in pass pro," and they look at his run blocking and it's like he needs to get better. Dude, you got to be good at run blocking. You play in Ohio State. Let me tell you that right now, or you ain't gonna really last long there because that's one of the things that they really, really do. The functionality of the team is run the ball first and set up for whatever we want to do later on. So he is good at run blocking. Don't let anybody in any of these so-called draft experts tell you that this guy isn't good at run blocking. He does well in the scheme that they ask him, whatever they're asking him to do. So, I think he's a complete tackle. His injury, what's going on with that, I have no idea, but I think he's a complete tackle. I just couldn't really find a whole lot of weaknesses in his game, man. I just really didn't. I really strongly believe he's in that top 3 or 4 in that echelon right there. Tackles coming out right now. Anything else?
Nah, I just want to see this kid go up against premier defensive ends from a different conference that he's not used to playing. So the best measurement for me is to see you play against all types of people. And so that's what's going to challenge a lot of these kids we're watching today is how they're going to play against different styles and matchups. That's what I really want to see.
So Top 10 Sports asked a question. He says, let me pull this graphic down first. He says, Top 10 asks, he says, anybody aboard drafting Ashton Jeanty? If so, where? Of course, everybody would be on board with drafting him. It's about where you're going to be able to get him. I don't know. I think that guy is not – I don't think he gets out of the first round for sure. I think in the first 32, he's off the board. And I believe that. You know, a lot of people are down on him because he didn't perform well in the bowl game. You know, they pretty much shut him down. But I think if you look at his body of work, there's going to be a lot of people out there that's going to, you know, GMs alike, coaches are going to be like, his body of work says enough. Draft the guy, let's plug him and play him. If we draft him, it can't be with our first pick. That's for sure. If he falls somewhere in the second, maybe third round or something like that, which I doubt, then you might consider doing that. But other than that, hey, you got to turn your phone on, bro.
Hey, now it came on. My bad.
But yeah, that's what I would say about Ashton Genty. Let me see. Hold on. Bears need a bus full of linemen. Joseph Matuzak. Bears need a bus full of linemen to compete and get out. Just grab 1, 2 at a time to see if we pan out. I hear you, man. It's yeah. I think we're gonna have a conversation about it a little later on, Joseph. Don't go nowhere, man, because I have some choice words to speak on when it comes to that. You know, the offensive line might not be as crummy as we thought it was, man. It's just you know, at times I think we hit an injury bug that really made it look worse than what it really needed to be, you know. But you know, that's one part of the conversation we'll have a little bit later. But let me finish that out. Let me finish talking about these players a little bit. One of my favorite players just love to watch him. He is going to flash. Edge Jack Sawyer, 6'5", 260 pounds. Again, one of those players that if you're running a 3-4, he fits the perfect prototype. He's one of those guys that you can put his fingers in the dirt and he'll get after the quarterback, stand him up, rush the quarterback that way, drop him in the coverage, drop him over into the flats. He can play it. He can do it. And you can put him in the middle of the field. He can do the same thing, man. He is I don't know where he's going to get drafted, but I know in the 3-4 defensive scheme, I think he can actually grow into a 4-3 edge rusher if he really wanted to put on some muscle and turn into somebody like Hutchinson in Detroit. He's got that kind of skill set. You know, he's got the foot quickness. He's not as bendy as Hutchinson, but he's got the skill set, man. He is going to be an instant asset to whoever draft him. All you got to do is put him on the field. What's going on, Miguel? What say you about Jack Sawyer?
He's a real deal. All-around quality player, speed, quickness, power, plays well against the run and the pass, and he's an excellent tackler. I mean, I agree with you. He's a prototypical 3-4 edge rusher. I mean, he would excel at that role. Again, like you said, he puts on 15 pounds, he'll be a dominant edge rusher in a 4-3. But for now, he's an all-out athlete. He can do it all, and his IQ is through the roof. He diagnoses plays so quickly and so fast. That's why he makes so many tackles. And when he gets you, he gets you. You don't see a lot of where he getting run over or people breaking tackles and he falling down. You don't see none of that. So that's what I like about this kid. He's a consummate defensive end / edge rusher / linebacker that can do it all. Whatever you need.
Love his film, man. Love his film. He just flash play after flash play. He just his motor. He's just relentless, man. He just never stops. It's like somebody needs to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, man, this is the point where you're supposed to start breathing heavy. You're tired. You just got to tell your brain you're tired, man, so you can be normal like a regular human being." He's some kind of android or something, man. I just never see him get tired out there. And you love that. Coaches love that kind of stuff when you start thinking about, you know, what his pedigree could be, what's his ceiling. That motor will take you a lot farther than you think you can ascend to. That motor makes him different. And the fact that he's versatile just adds to it. But that motor is everything. So I love Jack Sawyer. He's going to flash the whole game. I guarantee you that. Let me get to the next guy.
Hey, no, man, let me hop in real quick because Top 10 Sports want to know why not Genty in the top 10? Because we don't need a running back as bad as we need linemen. That's number one.
We'll be able to answer all that stuff. I'll put a star by it. But go ahead. Let me talk about Tyleik. Probably the most dominant player, probably the most physically dominant player in the game. Whether on both sides of the ball, I don't care who it is. You want to talk about, you know, I got my thoughts about safety Latham Ransom, who we're going to get into next. But Tyleik Williams is he's the physical most dominant player in this game. He changes everything. The trajectory of what that defense does is all predicated on what Tyleik Williams can do in that front. Whether they put him at nose, whether they put him at 3-tech, however they decide they want to use him as a rusher or as the balance to that run defense. He is everything. I mean, he is, it's a lot of people talking about Mason Graham and these other guys. I like them all. Even the other one at Michigan, as a matter of fact, number 70, I really like both of them. But I think this guy's ceiling might be better than all of them. I mean, Tyleik Williams is going to be a stud on the next level. There's no question about it. It's about what team drafts him and believes in his talent enough. He's going to start day one. Not only that, I think he's going to be an impact player day one. Draft him and put him alongside Javon Dexter, and you got dynamite. Straight run defense dynamite. That's just all it is to it. I mean, this dude is a special football player. I don't find any weakness in his game. And the ball, they're about to put the ball in the air and it's off. We ain't going to do a play-by-play FFG, but don't worry about that. But if you want to speak on Tyleik Williams real quick, FFG just disappeared on me. So we'll move to the next guy. The next guy is Latham Ransom.
Sorry about that. No, my mom was coming in the house and she's got foot problems, so I was going to make sure she got in okay. No, this kid is just pure unadulterated power, and he does change the game. So you're going to have to double team him every time, because if you don't, the play is blown up. This kid is so strong and so quick. I mean, he actually reminds me of the guy that Tampa Bay drafted out of Pittsburgh a couple years ago, 2 years ago. Calais Campbell, is that his name?
No, Calais Campbell's been in the league like 20 years.
No, it's something like that. But he plays defensive tackle for the Bucs right now. He came out of Pittsburgh, and we were going to get him, and they picked him up at 19.
Kalijah Cansey is like
he's
like poor Kalijah Cansey.
But I'm just saying that's how he's a disruptor. That's what he reminds me of as far as being a disruptive force on the inside, because he can't take over a game like that. Strictly from a defensive tackle standpoint, not an edge rusher where you're running for your life. He's pushing the pile, and he's forcing the quarterback into bad situations, bad throws, or right into a defensive end, or he's killing the running lane for the running back. So now he's got to find another hole to get to. By the time he does that, he's getting tackled for a loss or a short game.
And I strongly believe that this is probably the best interior tackle all around in the draft, where he's the guy that you can line up at 3-tech or at nose and get similar, if not the same kind of functionality, man. He is, the more and more tape I watch on him, the more and more impressed I get of him. I'm telling you, Tyleik Williams is the truth. And they're out here playing that. Let me get to the last guy who I think is let me get to the last guy right quick. And this is probably, let's just say he's my favorite DB so far in the draft. And whether it's a corner or safety, this guy, when you talk about, I'm past the phase where I was playing football. Now I look at football differently now that I'm not a physical athlete on the field. I look at it from with a bird's eye perspective. This guy is so complete. Latham Ransom, this safety, he is so complete. There's nothing this kid doesn't do well. I dare anybody, I don't care who that person thinks he is, go watch a Latham Ransom on film and tell me where you find some weakness in his game. He's a box safety, but he can play out high just as well. He can be a single high safety and play in 2 high safety, play in the box. His greatest asset is his ability to tackle and just his physical presence in the game. I mean, he makes an impact in the game just by way of that, just his tackling ability and his ability to be able to physically just dominate guys, man. Latham Ransom, like we may have a situation with what's his name? I'm thinking about right now, having a brain fart, but number 9 on our team. This would be the replacement for what's his name? Jaquan Brisker. this would be his replacement. And if you don't want to take a step back and you prioritize that we need to draft a safety, and a safety that's either right at the level where Jaquan was or better, this is the pick. He's the best DB in the draft all around. Period. I ain't gonna argue with nobody about it, but this is what I believe. Go ahead, FFG.
He's one and it's either him or it's my man out of Notre Dame. Is one them two is the best two safeties I've seen in college this season, because they can play everywhere. They both hit, they're both around the ball, and they're both excellent tacklers. This kid, the way they use him is all over the place, so you can never get a beat on him. He's never in the same spot. And when you do challenge him, he can run with anybody. So he shuts down a lot of those over the middle, short, or up and out routes or wheel routes, stuff like that. He kills that. He kills all of that. So they're playing out. Texas just had to punt. But yeah, I've already seen your boy Jack Sawyer knock the pass down at the line of scrimmage. So a lot of these people we just talked about are starting to shine. And if you look at offensive line for Texas, they've actually held up pretty well so far against Ohio State. But their secondary is really good because they have such a good defensive line. So you're going to watch a chess match here going forward, see which defensive line can handle the line of scrimmage against the offensive line with less players having to rush to be effective.
So the last part of my commentary about Lathan Ransom is, when you're talking about blue chip players, this is the description of it. And I think Ohio State's probably got the best all-around team in this tournament here. And I argue with anybody that unless you can, if Texas doesn't stop them, nobody's going to stop them. Ohio State's going to win the national championship. That's how good I think they are, as far as their talent level on both sides of the ball. I mean, they are really, really good. We're at a commercial right now. And let me holler at some of the people in the chat that just came in here. Amphiarius, man, what's going on? Joseph Matuzak, Top 10 Sports, Biggs. Let me see. Keep the comments coming. Let's say Joseph Matuzak says, what the Bears are missing is another heady cornerback / safety. Need that Mike Brown type, not just a hammer, but the whole scope and trigger too. That is, you just got through describing Lathan Ransom, Joseph. That is what he is. That's exactly what he is. Just he's not that. What you thinking is more of that ball hawk safety. I think that ball hawk safety that Mike Brown turned out to be came through repetition in the scheme that they were running, that 4-3 scheme that they were running. Just being around the ball and hustling to the ball. When the ball is tipped, you're gonna grab and make plays when you probably shouldn't have, by way of just because you hustle to the ball. But Lathan Ransom has every one of those traits. Every last one of them in spades. I'm telling you, Joseph, when you watch this kid, if you study him, I'm guaranteeing you, you're gonna come back and be like, you know what, Nomad, I feel you. It's just hard to find a flaw in his game. He's that good. I think he can play big nickel. Yes, sir, top 10. I don't think there's a position on the field that you can't get reps out of him. I think you can put him on the boundary at corner for a couple of reps just to get you out of the game. That's not ideal for him, but you can get some reps out of him. But yes, definitely you can play big nickel, dime coverage with him, everything.
I like Marcus Freeman. I don't think he's ready to be the Bears head coach.
Marcus Freeman? Who said that?
Yeah, he win a championship. I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk if Ohio State win. I don't think they're going to dominate Notre Dame. I can forget that.
I don't think he's going to be you know what? I can't say what polls might do, but I don't think they're going to go that route. But Marcus Freeman, I don't think Ohio State is just too physically dominant. They shouldn't have. Notre Dame shouldn't. I know you're obviously a Notre Dame fan, but they shouldn't have won that game last night. because Penn State physically dominated them, man, up front, and if Penn State can do
They
that.
did early. They
Penn
did
State
early.
can do that to them. I'm telling you right now, Ohio State will droop them, man. It'll be a drubbing. Here we go.
Penn State problem is they can't pass the ball. If they could ever pass the ball with a tremendous running game, Ohio State wouldn't ever beat them like that.
Do me a favor, y'all. Everybody that's new to the chat, man, make sure you hit the like button for us, man. It's free, painless, ain't gonna hurt you. Hit the like button for us. And if anybody that is watching the show and wants to chat, this is subscribers only show, just hit the subscribe button. Come on in with your comments. Let's talk about anything you saw on the screen tonight. Whatever players they were, we can talk about them. Give me your comments, man. Ohio State starting to move the ball a little bit.
Ooh, lucky that one intercepted.
Starting to move it a little bit.
Wait, am I ahead of you? Am I ahead of you?
I'm looking at the replay of that last play. Where he just threw a seam shot to number 17.
Yeah, right between number 8's hands, though.
Yeah, he could have got that one.
He could have had that one in him in a snatch. Whoop. At least a knockdown.
They're keeping Texas off balance a little bit. Ooh.
They're not getting any penetration from the line either.
They just took that deep shot to that stud freshman, number 4. But number 4 on Texas is a stud too. That safety, he's a stud. He's a little undersized, but you know, when you're looking at football players, you don't care nothing about what their measurables are. You're looking for football players. I think we need to get to that. Top 10 said he's an OSU fan. I think they're gonna win it all, man. If Texas don't stop them tonight, they're gonna win it all. What up, Mr. Charles?
Charles in the building.
If it's somebody in the chat or somebody watching the show and not chatting, hit the subscribe button, jump in. If you're one of those people that can't actually watch the game and you need us to do a live play-by-play, because we're going to forego that and just watch the game and give comments. But if you need a live play-by-play because you're at work and you're just listening or anything like that, audio podcast, let us know and we'll turn to doing some play-by-play for you guys so you can know exactly what's going on when. Just let us know.
Yeah. Just so they know it's 3rd and 6 at the 34-yard line of Texas.
First down shot. Nice.
Right in the middle of the zone, too. Nobody give that kid no credit because he's like Jackson Smith and Jigba for them. He just stay open. You know what I mean?
Well,
Rebecca?
I think the offensive coordinator is doing a good job being able to get the right play into him, and he's making adjustments at the line, and whether he's seeing zone or man-to-man, and he's just telling them to sit down in the zone, I'll find you. And Minister Charles was cooking and making me mad. I'm hungry as hell. I ain't even ate no dinner.
Damn, they are just in the zone. They just kill him right up the middle, too.
Did you see the private chat?
Hold on. Gotcha.
No, Flex Dig says, Nomad, I think all these QBs in college suck. Maybe Ward from Miami can be good. What do you think? No, I don't think all of them suck. I think Ward is going to be good if given the right situation. Shador is going to be good. How fast either one of them are going to be good is going to depend on where they go and what they're basically how they're set up. I think, to me, the nuclear weapon of them all, in my opinion, is the kid from Alabama. Like, with the way the league is changing, like that dude, you just get, all you need is a Todd Monken mind and Jalen Milroe's talent, and you gonna move mountains. And so I love Shador. I love Cam Ward. They're talking about pure pocket quarterbacks, but Jalen Milroe is the absolute nuclear weapon. Whoever gets him is going to change the world pretty much and dominate the world. Ohio State just got a touchdown.
Nice move in the hole. That was a nice run. Woo.
They feeling themselves. They think they can run away with this thing, man. with Penn State out of there.
That said, I know it's going to commercial, so I'm going to give me some more water.
Hey, we look at ATF said Caleb needs to be coached hard and has a spoiled kid mentality. That's one of the things I've been telling people this offseason, and it ain't because I want to be hypercritical of Caleb. This offseason better not be. Let's go find the guy that can, maximize Caleb Williams or that can get Caleb Williams to the next level. No, that coach better be that dude needs to be a culture creator. Not only that, a leader of men, and also be able to find exactly what it takes to get Caleb to the next level. That's like third on the menu. You know what I mean? That's just, it needs to be all encompassing. It can't be this one singular thing. Let's get Ben Johnson because we think we can get Caleb to the next level. The hell with that. We need a leader. Because I can tell you right now, right away, when that dude gets in front of those guys, they're going to be able to determine whether he's real or a fraud. And they'll let them know one way or the other by way of their play. And so that's just my, commentary going into the offseason. Get the right the coach. Don't worry about that. He'll find the right person with Caleb Williams. Top 10 is asking the question. Top 10 Sports says, so if the Bears were to draft Williams and the Ohio State safety, where would the Bears draft him at? That's an interesting question because I think it depends on how the board is falling. Everybody seems to have these idea of where these players are going to go, what round, when. It's really no telling because usually what typically happens during the draft is a group of players might start going, like might be a quarterback run early. This is a team that's been, we got what 7, 8 head coaching changes in the league, and some of them are quarterback needy, and so they might go after quarterbacks first. They might go after O-linemen first. They might go after defensive tackles first, wherever they think the draft is heavy, and it's hard to say whether they draft a defensive tackle or a safety, but. Latham Ransom or Tyleik Williams, if they make it to the second round, it's a miracle. And you grab them when you can grab them. Either one of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely 100% correct. I think it's all going to be predicated on what style that coach is going to run for that particular team based on the talent they already have. So there's really no telling who needs what because the coaching staffs haven't been addressed. Also, depending on injuries or who's going to be in a contract or what happens in free agency, that's also, going to change the dynamic of the draft and what you're going to need at that time. So, well, just by saying somebody's going to be drafted at first pick or unless it's going to be like the Giants or somebody who needs a quarterback and they pick in second. That you can probably guarantee that no matter who they get, it's going to be a quarterback. But everybody who doesn't need a quarterback, it's really going to depend on the coach, especially if it's a new coach, because a lot of those teams that are in the top 10, a lot of them will have new coaches next year. So it's all going to be based on their philosophy, who they bring in as defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, what kind of evaluation they do on the current roster. So one that we can do is just say, okay, yeah, we need such and such, and hopefully we pick up a piece or two in the offseason, and then we can really restock and save our salary cap going forward so we continue to bring in quality talent and get better and better every year like how Detroit's doing it. Because, they were leading the league in salary cap for years. All they did was draft, and they was getting their butt kicked. But eventually they turned into an excellent roster, and now they're not spending no money still. And they have quality pieces at every position on their team. Even all the people that are hurt, they still can compete at a high level. Number one, coaching. And number two, they have a good talent pool, not just in starters, but their backups and even practice squad is really good. And that's what we want to be at. Right now, we barely can keep the front line going because you can see our backups have been performing. It's just not good enough.
So here we are. We looking at Texas just took the ball. They're getting their series going, man. They better hurt and put some points up on the board. I know that. Because it's starting to look like they're playing downhill. Sack JT Tuiamola. That came from, I think, Tyleik crushing the middle up front and allowing him to get home. Yep. Crushed that front. Made him move right into the traffic.
Didn't we just call this? He don't push the pile right into another defender to make that tackle for a loss.
Impact player. No, hey, Joseph Arkin said, Nomad, who do you think we should get in free agency at the O-line and D-line? That's like one of my next projects, Joseph. I don't want to speak to it yet because I haven't seen the whole lay of the land. I've been so busy. But that's one of the next shows we got coming up soon after we grab this. Whoa. Texas almost broke one to the house. Almost broke a big one. Mingo.
Number 5.
Yeah. But yeah, that's one of my next projects, Joseph. So stay tuned for whenever you see the thumbnail in regards to, free agency show, anything of that nature. That's when I'll have the lay of the land. I just got to get to it. I haven't gotten there yet. But I appreciate that question because I need to find that out. Yeah,
I want to see who's not getting a contract. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to see who's not happy with their money. So we can do that. Ooh.
Hey, Texas is starting to move the ball too. They fighting back.
Here's your boy Wisner, but he would have got toe up if he had caught that.
Let me see here. 2nd and 10. Texas still with the ball, and they're moving it. And now into Ohio State territory. Handoff, wide zone run. Woo. Number 23 is a nice back too. I forget his name right now. Blue. I think his name's Jaden Blue. He's pretty decent too. But he's just all speed, really. So Ewers is about to.
What they got in the backfield because Wisner is all speed too.
Yeah, there's a need for backs like that. Let's see what we're doing. Quinn Ewers is not going away quietly. I think they just made the offensive line jump. Who was it? Let me pay close attention to how this offensive line is functioning and some of the players we've been talking about. Let me.
That's what I've been watching too.
Let me dig in a little bit.
The trenches is where I've been focusing most of my who's because they've been holding the point of attack pretty well as far as the passing game.
I'm really just watching DJ Campbell, really, to be honest with you. And Big Boy on the other end. That's really what I'm watching. And both of them are doing well. There's other people that's breaking down in there. JT again.
He got all that. He stepped up. Nah, but that's the quarterback's fault right there.
Yeah.
That's his fault. He ran up into the pile where it's already collapsed.
JT again. No, that right tackle can't hold him. They're going to keep going after him. That right tackle is struggling with him.
Yeah, but you saw where the protection was, though. He ran into that. It wasn't like he just got beat.
So they just punted it. Fair catch. Oh, man. Yeah, this they gotta keep them from scoring on this one. If they can limit them to at least 3 and don't give up an explosive play, they can stay in this game. If they don't, Ohio State gonna run them out the building. They that talented on both sides of the ball, man. I'm not saying that Texas isn't, but I think team-wise, I think Ohio State's a superior team. Even though they can't beat Michigan. Sorry, top 10. And they almost fired Ryan Day just because he couldn't beat Michigan. That would have been fools. That would have been an error.
Well, they fired Flus for not being Green Bay.
No, they ain't firing for that.
It helps.
Yeah. Flus got fired because he's a dummy. And a conservative one too. Just being so tight about everything. You know what I mean? Just tight. Like, dude, you can't. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with those timeouts you got in your pocket? Use them to start your fireplace fire at home? What the hell are you saving them for? Use them things, man.
Yeah, clock management was not his forte, that's for sure.
Not only that, I think where he went wrong, and I'll stand by this, and I said it on Twitter. One of the few last things I said on Twitter was he's going to rue the day that if he decides to discipline, to basically cave to the media who wanted Tyreek Stevenson disciplined. Everybody wanted to see this punitive, I'm gonna make him go to the principal's office type of response from Flus, like just to satisfy their virtues. Everybody in the media like they need to do something with Tyreek, all that BS. You know what I mean? And
he got punked.
They had a leadership council, and he went way around them and decided what to do with Tyreek Stevenson first, and then went to the leadership council, and that's when everything broke apart. Everybody keeps saying that play that Tyreek made or didn't make started that. No, it was his response to Tyleik Stevenson. That was what broke everything apart. He went around his leadership group, and they had to teach him, like, dude, your success here depends on whether or not we play for you. You got to understand that we got the power. We can not play for your ass. And immediately that next game, they did not play for him. Am I wrong or right?
Next 2 games.
Okay. So
all they went to Arizona, got smashed, and then they went at home against
particular. Everybody thinks it's a particular play that Tyreek made. No, it was the response that Flus made to it that caused the collateral damage. They was upset about that.
Yeah, well, again, you get paid to play, and the one thing I wouldn't do is I wouldn't quit on my team, because you can curse the coach out. Team can have a meeting with the coach and be like, "Look, this is a situation. Oh, that's holding. Come on, man, you didn't call that."
Yeah, you're gonna run into a situation. You play enough football where you're gonna be like, you know what, man, you got to take a stand on something, or you can fall for anything. You got to take a stand for something. I'm glad they stood up and was like, you're going to give us this role as leaders on this team, and it comes to disciplining this guy, and you don't even bring it to us first. You just determine what the F are we doing as a leadership group then. We basically there as a figurehead, so you can say you got a leadership council. And so stuff like that happens inside the locker room, people don't know that, like, that's important. Like, you ain't gonna get the same effort from your guys if you go against them like that. It's just not gonna happen. And unfortunately for Flus, he had to see that the hard way. They were playing good football for him, really good football for him, until that moment.
Yeah, they were playing winning football, and then once that broke down, that's another thing that ended. What do you call it? First, because the offense didn't show up. They didn't work hard.
Flus deserved everything he got, and he got everything he was looking for. That's what you get. You listen to the media, and you let that media peek through your barrier and the brick wall that you're trying to build around your team, and you let that media pressure get to you. People telling you need to do something, Tyreek. You need to do something to him. You need to suspend him. You need to do this and that. Like, the teammates are gonna be like, no, don't do that. Just fine him. Like, you take Tyreek away from the team, it makes our team weaker, and we're trying to win. If you're gonna do something, fine him. The rest of that stuff, there go Ohio State. But yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, was the fact that he decided, and Tyreek had an immediate response to it. He walked out of practice, and that was like the first domino, right? And here it went. Yeah.
That's a great wall-off block, though, for the team. That was tremendous, how they walled them off.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Wow, wide receiver, running back, blocking the crap out of somebody. That's a complete team. That's when you know you're well coached. When you're a running back who just scored a touchdown out there knocking corners and safeties down. Damn, he didn't even know he caught the ball. They're just eating the middle of that zone up.
Flex Diggs says Stevenson embarrassed himself and has to take responsibility for that situation. That's it, which he did, and I appreciated the stuff that he said. He fell on the sword for everybody. He said, "I like the way the kid plays. I just wish the team had real leadership because that would never have happened." One thing about that, Flex, is during the game, you got a bunch of young 20-year-olds out there playing football. And what he did was basically a rookie mistake. Basically he just
that's a high school move.
Yeah, he just unplugged for a second and just disconnected from. He played a complete game and got to the very end of it and thought it was over and unplugged for a second. That's just some boneheaded stuff. But the way you respond to it is more important than the actual action, in my opinion. Flex, it was a boneheaded 20-something-year-old thing to do, and God knows. I'm glad I didn't get charged with something for every damn stupid thing I did when I was 20-something. But it's a limit to how you respond to it. You know what I mean? So, like, the discipline should only go so far. You fine him, take his money. He's on a rookie contract. That's what's gonna hurt him the worst. He's on a rookie contract. You fine that boy $10,000, $15,000. He gonna be upset, and that ain't gonna happen no more. $20,000, $25,000. That's going to be a difference on his rookie contract. And so suspending him, Flus just embarrassed him in front of everybody and didn't make him a starter. It was just stupid, man. I wouldn't have done that nowhere near the way Flus did that.
It was bad all around. I could tell that the discipline this year was not like it had been in previous years. When we were bad, they were well more disciplined as a team. Then when we got better talent on the team, it seemed like the discipline got less and less. Like people weren't playing as hard. You know what I mean? They weren't attention to detail. And maybe that's because the coaching staff changed and it didn't blossom into where it's getting, better situation after better situation after better situation because everybody knows what to do all the time. And the players that have been there can teach the younger players, this is how you play. This is how you conduct yourself. This is how we get down on this team. And I didn't see that for the Bears. It just looked like dudes was out there playing, and they wasn't learning nothing. And maybe that's had to do a lot to do with the coaching staff as well, because I didn't see hardly anybody get better as time went on. You know what I mean? Where their play based on the coaching they received got better and better and better. And you could tell the progression and
DBs, the
play
DBs
for
really good.
some of the players that been drafted have been here for years.
The DBs were really good and they progressed. I would say that throughout the entire tenure of Flus's stay, the DBs got better and better. You know what I mean? From Jalen all the way to Tyreek, Kyler, I can say that, it just got better in the secondary, but seems like to me that's like the only real area other than a couple of sparkles from the Javon Dexter and the defensive front at times when they had a healthy Andrew Billings and stuff like that. But it's just like I can look at a team and what they look like on the field, FFG, and sometimes it's real. If just look a little bit closer, and you could tell when they have no more faith in the guy that's leading them, right? Have zero faith in the guy that's leading them. And it was starting to trend that way. Probably, it definitely got that way right after that Tyreek Stevenson fail. Right after that, it just got worse and worse, bro.
Yeah. But one thing I could say, who's the best position coach on the Bears? Hands down.
You want to ask me?
Yeah, who's the best position coach?
I would say by way of development, you'd have to say the DB coach, Hoke.
Hoke, right? Just by far, he. That's the reason why they got better. So now you got to look at who's O-line. I saw hardly no progression in anybody, because I thought was going to be a lot better this year. Darnell Wright, and I didn't see a huge leap from year 1 to year 2, technique-wise.
You know what? You like the fifth person I heard say that, and I don't know exactly what people are looking for. Exactly what do you mean when you say you didn't see a huge leap? Well, you want more pancakes? Like I seen he was structurally sound. Did he give up a little bit more at times? Yeah, I think he had a knee thing going on. Like, you start to see a tail off in his game. I think when he had a couple of injuries here, like the knee wasn't the only thing that he was dealing with. He had a shoulder issue that he had going on too. And so when I hear people say that Darnell tailed off, I'm like, what are you looking for? I mean, how do you measure how somebody is ascending? How somebody's ascending on the O-line?
I'm not saying he tailed off. I'm just saying I didn't see the tremendous growth. Now, if he was injured all season, okay. But then I got to learn, like, that's one thing I can never understand is why we continuously have so many offensive linemen hurt. Who's the strength and conditioning coach? Who's the people responsible for the big man? Because we keep a lot of linemen hurt on a consistent basis. I mean, just it's weird to me how so many offensive linemen get hurt and stay hurt for weeks at a time. 6 weeks here, 5 weeks there, or playing bruised up, and never get back to day one form.
There might be a metric out there, FFG, to kind of, because I think because we're entrenched in the Chicago Bears that we see the Chicago Bears and we don't realize there are a lot of teams out there. I'm not saying that you're not right. It could be that we were more injured than other teams, but I just know by nature, just by way of the nature of the beast, that most offensive lines are doing a juggling match the entire season, plugging and playing players here, moving guys around, because I don't know. I think Philly is probably the healthiest looking offensive line I've seen all year. I think even Detroit struggled with that most of the year, but Philly was the strongest. Didn't have a whole lot of injuries offensive line that I've seen all year. But I think most teams deal with exactly what we dealt with all year. But if you don't have the pieces or the depth to make it seem so, it became obvious to you, FFG, because our depth it really sucked this year. And so
it was all broke up. It wasn't just that we didn't have a lot of depth; they stayed hurt, so it really looked terrible because they had to keep bringing people in, and they would get hurt. So we was patching together something every week, where we never had we just I haven't seen continuity on an offensive line, and for so long, it's hard for me to really judge how well they play because I'll never see the same 5 guys play 5 games in a row. Almost never. I mean, that's not a whole lot to ask at any point in the season where 5 dudes who was slated to start the season, won the starting job, play together.
I believe FFG, and people are going to be like, holy crap, no, man, what are you talking about? But when I watched Ryan Bates playing in Buffalo, I knew he would be an instant upgrade to our O-line, shoulder issues included. He had that going on while he was in Buffalo. And so the Bears knew what they were getting when they got him. You know what I mean? He was supposed to be an instant upgrade to the offense at center or at guard, whichever side that he landed on. But the fact that he was pretty much unavailable for the entire year, I think that was a huge impact to the overall functionality of the offensive line. I think with him there for a full season and everybody else kind of having to move around, I think you got more depth. You got a Coleman Shelton that can back him up, but can also give you some reps at guard. And then we ended up having to play 79 at left tackle at times. You know what I mean? Larry Borum went down. You know what I mean? Tevin Jenkins went down. It was just injury after injury.
Right. I don't know what they feed them dudes up there in Lake Forest, but it just seemed like cats just stay broke up.
Man.
And that's what really hurts. Oh, damn. Another sack.
It was
just boy JT.
It's regular stuff, but your depth needs to be good. your key guys in your depth. Your swing tackle, number one, needs to be solid. He needs to be healthy and he needs to be solid. Your swing guard needs to be healthy and he needs to be solid. One of those two players, your swing guard or your swing tackle, needs to have the ability to kick inside so he can play guard, tackle, wherever. And so that's the idea when you're coming out of camp. You need at least one of those guys that you can plug and play left, right guard, or a tackle on the left or right side. You need a do-it-all player. Ryan Bates was supposed to be that piece. He was supposed to be that piece.
It's supposed to be. I really think that because we haven't gone into the draft and said, hey, we need cornerstone pieces up front instead of just relying on free agency, that's what's really killed us. So we're getting older players, and a lot of them have had injury problems. And that's another thing that concerns me. Almost every lineman that we've gotten from somewhere else already was hurt. Going back to was it Doug Kramer, or not Doug Kramer because we drafted him, but he was hurt. What was the guy we got from the Packers that was always broke up?
Oh, you talking about
way well when he was?
Yeah, I know
when he was healthy.
Somebody in the chat
That's
help us out. Yeah, I do. Hey, Flex. By the way, I love the way Pryor played. Man, he's a solid piece. That's definitely a guy. That's definitely a guy you circle and say, make sure he gets on this roster. Definitely.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Matt Pryor. But that's the reason why.
Talk to the people for a minute, FFG. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the door.
Yeah, fellas, that's the main reason why I want, and ladies, that I would love to have the draft be where we go to for offensive linemen. Number one, we're not dealing with injury-prone players. So you can do all your background and you can teach them how to play the right way and together, so you're not getting this hodgepodge of old veteran, young dude, old veteran, broke up guy, young guy. You know what I'm saying? It's all over the board. Instead of having people all in the same universe, within the same 5 to 10 year, 3 to 4 year age group where they can grow together instead of having to keep replacing one piece at a time. And then the veterans that you do have, you can let them battle for a position. Like Matt Pryor, I think he was the most exceptional lineman we had all season, bar none. Played every game that he was asked to play in, did get hurt, and played well. Now he got beat, like everybody gets beat, but he was solid the entire season. And that's the reason why I think he held the team together more times than not and helped save Caleb from killing himself on a lot of these occasions, because they actually blocked well a lot of the time. It's just that when they broke down, it looked really bad. And then when they couldn't have the play go as planned, then eventually they broke down. And we have a young quarterback that didn't learn how to throw the ball away or take the easy money. And I think that's what really hurt the offensive line too, that they had to block for a lot longer than most offensive line, because this kid was just not out there, seeing the field, throwing the ball on time, and giving his receivers a chance to make plays down the field. He wanted to be the person making the plays. And I think next year you'll probably see a better coach where he'll trust his teammates a lot more, because you got to think about Cole Kmet, which is out there playing, and you can tell he lost interest. So, and that's another thing that really hurt the offensive line, is that he wasn't able to play effective because he was never seen the ball, so he stopped playing hard.
I'm back, bro.
And you can, okay, I got you. I was just going over some of the things that I noticed this season about the play, how the offensive line was helped and was hurt. It was really quarterback play hurt them.
I think once you get, I think for a GM, and I'm not trying to defend Ryan Poles or anything like that. What's up? What's going on, Marco? And Flex Diggs is asking a question. He's saying, okay, I'm gonna put a star by that comment. I'm gonna put a star by your comment, Flex. I'm gonna get back to it, but here's what I think. I think you go through when you feel like you have needs as a GM, and I'm not trying to defend Ryan Poles, like I said, but I think your ceiling for feeling a need is in the free agent cycle. I think there's a smaller little area where you can kind of fill in some spots and fill in some spaces is at the end of training camp, where it'd be some pieces loose, that didn't get signed or didn't get signed fast enough. You know what I mean? You can grab some guys that get cut, some valuable guys. I think Ryan Bates got hurt like towards the end when he was in the second level, when Ryan Post in the second level of that, and when he really didn't have a choice but to try to replace Ryan Bates. And it's hard to replace a guy that flexible. I don't know how many pieces were there, but Ryan Bates was supposed to be a glue piece. And that didn't happen. And I guess it sounds like an excuse for Ryan Post, but that did severely handicap that guy. Not having Ryan Bates available severely handicapped his flexibility and what they wanted to do on the offensive line. I strongly believe that. But let me get to Flex Diggs' comment right quick. Flex Diggs says, Nomad, FFG Nomad, what position do you think we'll address in the draft first? I don't think, and that's and that might be let's just say, depending on how this draft falls, like we was talking about before, depends on what position groups start getting, snatched off the board early. By the time we get to number 10, we should be probably pretty much through the quarterback cycle for the most part. However many is going to get taken early off the board. 2, 3, however many. We'll be done with that part. Now people will start tuning into the offensive line. And I believe if you have an offensive lineman that you think is going to be a plug-and-play starter, I think they got to go with the offensive tackle. But if that player is somebody you think you might be reaching for and you feel like you can wait on, then you draft the impact edge rusher right away. I don't know how you see that, FFG, but that's the way I see it playing out.
I see it similar. It'll be determined by pick 9 whether we trade back or not. Because what I really feel is if they trade back to 13, 14, pick up extra second-round pick, or that third-round pick that we don't have, that gives us more flexibility to get our offensive lineman, to get another to get an impact defensive player, because it doesn't have to be a defensive end. I really think we need interior more than we need the outside, because especially depending on the defense they run, because we run a 3-4 next year, we got a whole bunch of dudes on the team right now that can play rush in. So that will determine whether we get a defensive end or not. But the offensive line has to be addressed first. Period, point blank. It just depends on whether or not you can trade back and get more pieces because the one you want is not there, or like Nomad said, that there's a run on corners or there's a run on receivers or whatever the case may be, that you can actually step back a pick or two because somebody needs this. Now you can pick up an extra pick, and now you can really fill out that offensive line.
So I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think the team is a little bit too needy. I think the team is a little bit too needy to keep that first pick, that number 10 pick. I think if you can trade down, this offensive line group might slide a little bit. You know what I mean? Because of we got some impact guys that's going to go early in the draft, and it might be offensive line might not get drafted until somewhere in that neighborhood, and you might be able to start sliding down a little bit to like 15, maybe even 20, to get the guy that you're looking for from the offensive line crew. And so I think keeping that 10 pick, I think you can do more if you let that pick go. I would just say that you can be more impactful on this team and really, really hit some home runs if you let that first pick of yours go. That 10 pick, I don't think you need to keep it. You're going to get some impact players in that sweet spot, late, mid to first round, early second round. That's a sweet, sweet, sweet spot to be in. So, if you're really good at player evaluation, that first, unless there's a guy that you don't feel like is, if you feel like this guy's like a Barry Sanders of the draft, why in the hell would you keep that number 10 pick? Get you some more assets. You only got 7 of them.
Yeah. Mr. Charles over here just messing with folks.
Oh, yeah. I'm hungry as hell, too, man. I ain't nothing.
I really think that's the best way to go for us because we need so much along that offensive line, and we do need an impact defensive end, but we really need a tackle. We need a space eater. Because everybody's worried about the run game. You need DJ Campbell. You need somebody to be in there, big space eater that moves the pile, just like Tyleik Williams. You need one of them kind of cats to be able to push the pile at that 3 technique or the 1 technique, and that way you're going to notice better play from your defensive ends because they're not going to be getting double teamed. They're going to be getting chipped because the inside of the pocket is moving so fast that they're going to have to double team. They're going to have to try to shut him and Big Dex down. Now you'll be able to see the defensive ends tee off. And I guarantee Wichita ain't going to be hurt like he was this year. And you'll be able to see the speed rusher on the other side because that's how Washington did it. They had 2 big, massive people on the inside, and Montez Sweat was killing on the outside, and so was
watch that word.
Sorry about that. Well, he was dominating on the outside, and so was what do you call it from Ohio State. They were making lots of plays because the interior of the line was getting crushed. And so that was forcing quarterbacks to throw the ball early. That was disrupting the running game. And now you could tee off against quarterback because they stayed in 3rd and long against Washington a lot of the time. And that's what we want if we keep a 4-3.
So when we're talking about drafting, I think you can see by way of some of the stuff that they're doing right now that they're trying to really, really buff. They're trying to improve the roster, of course, but they're trying to shore up some things. Like Ryan Post started that before the season was even over and making sure they grabbed Ricky Stromberg, right? The center, out of Arkansas a year or so ago and got him on the roster, even though he's got a knee injury, but putting him on the roster to make sure that if you don't get the exact guy that you want, at least you got a high mind in what you think of this guy's ceiling, Ricky Stromberg. At least you put him on the roster and hopes that he gets healthy, and he can compete for a job. And so he's trying to get ahead of that. And so the move today to make sure that they got Jordan McFadden wasn't another one of those moves because you don't know exactly how this draft is going to fall for you. You don't know if you're going to be able to make those trades. You don't know if you're going to be able to get extra draft capital. If you're stuck having to make those 7 picks and you didn't get extra draft capital, you got to make sure you don't miss. You know what I mean? So ideally, they'll go into the draft with like 11 picks because they'll make some trades and different things like that. They'll end up when the draft is over like 11 picks or so like that. That's what you hope for.
Hey, Nomad, you see your boy Latham Ransom just knocked the hell out of tight end?
No, let me rewind it.
Oh, man. Over the middle, he clocked him. And he hit the ball just came out. He hit him so hard.
Oh, that's Sonny Styles.
That's Sonny Styles?
That's Sonny Styles. The other dog, I don't know if he's coming out this year, but he's a grown-ass man.
My goodness. That was a hit. Yeah, 85. Still wondering what day it is on the sideline. Oh, yep, that is Styles.
I'm trying to get as many
comments. That's what you want as a hitter, though, in the secondary. Goodness.
Sonny
and that
Styles,
guy's got to outweigh him by at least 70 pounds.
Sonny Styles is like 245 pounds, 250 pounds. He looked like that in high school, dude.
Sonny Styles?
Yeah, he looked like that in high school. Sonny Styles he won that genetic lottery, man. He won $1 billion. Trust me. Who's on?
Is he a junior?
Oh, he's a sophomore. That dude came. He started at he came to Ohio State when he was 17 years old. Yeah.
44.
Original one says he remembers when Poles only had 6 picks and turned that into 11. He might have to do the same thing.
Yeah, but it worked, and you got a lot of pieces to work with. Now he needs to use those picks to become starters, not projects. Now you need, when you hit like these, if he can turn the first 4 picks into 5 or 6 for the top 100, all of them dudes need to be a starter or compete for the starting job this season. Have to be. You can't miss on none of them. Whether it's offensive line, defensive line, secondary, whatever it is, that's what you need. That's what you're gonna have to do. The other picks is fine, for depth pieces, but them top picks all have to be like when 3 years ago when he started, and when he got not Kyle Fuller, but when he got Spider-Man, got Brisker, he got cornerstone pieces, and that's what we need right now. Every draft needs to be a cornerstone piece. It can't be like, who didn't even play this year, 3rd round pick. And then when he did get to play, he looked terrible because he didn't get any reps in training camp. It can't be that situation. You can't keep wasting picks and hoping somebody will be good down the line. They need to be good today. They need to be able to play right away.
There's one thing I can tell you for sure, FFG, is when you're drafting, and I keep telling people this year in and year out, for a second draft cycle in a row, a draft pick is a draft pick. I don't care whether he's a first-round pick, the very first pick, or the very last pick in the draft. The guy is basically, it's a projection. Every draft pick is a projection. Just like we thought Caleb Williams was going to come in here and light the world on fire. He's also a projection, even though he was the very first pick in the draft. Every draft pick is a projection. The only way you make sure you got surefire, bona fide, I'm going to put this guy in here, I'm going to get what I need out of this guy, is if you tear it up in free agency. That's the only way. Everything else, you just got to make sure you got the right coaches in the building and the right people grooming and setting these guys up for success. That's the key to it. It's the coaches that you put in the building and every one of their assistants underneath them. That's what you do with draft picks. Development is everything. How fast that kid can be an asset to your team is determined by the coaches you put in the building. Other than that, you need to go get, if you need surefire, I need to turn this thing over right now, you better go dominate the free agency cycle on the offensive line front. Other than that, or the defensive line front, whatever it is, you better go make sure you did that in the free agent cycle, because you think you're going to do it in the draft, you got another thing coming. Here we go.
Built to the draft is the way to go.
Yeah, but you just got to be patient with that, and I don't know that the fan base is going to be patient enough with Ryan Pope.
But that was your boy JT that went down with the ankle.
Look at what Joseph Matuzak says. Again, though, you can get lots of picks, but none of them are guaranteed to pan out. In fact, a 90% attrition rate with one season. This is the truth. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to get with a rookie player. You just don't. Until you put them in camp and put them in front of, make them go through all the things that rookies have to go through and see how he responds to the whirlwind that the rookies have to go through. And then you put him in a training camp with a bunch of veteran guys telling him what to do and treating him like a rookie. How he responds to that is everything. You know what I mean? Some guys don't really respond really well to that, and they have rough rookie seasons. Some guys, not a big thing, and I'm going to play football when it's time to play football. You got to find guys like that.
Well, I know one thing, that Ryan Poles needs not to be breaking the bank, but if he finds a piece that's going to help us, he needs to pay for it. It's period, point blank. Don't cheap out on a player that you know is productive. That, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go for the secondary dude because they're cheaper. I'd rather you pay top dollar for quality over quantity, because that quantity hasn't panned out either. If you look at the way we've been using free agency, how many Montez Sweat, and that's a trade for a draft pick. I'm talking about straight up, other than TJ, was a really great deal, very excellent player on the field. You know, his running mate plays well, but I wanted him to be dominant for the money he making at linebacker. He needs to be killing folks. Tremaine, excuse my language. He needs to perform very well, and he needs to dominate as his position. And I don't know if that's coaching, because he got his coach from his previous location to play with him. I mean, to help coach him this year. And I didn't see a whole lot of, you know, what he used to be. Maybe that's because we didn't have the defensive line. He was used to be able to be protected more, and that could be what's held him back. But so I want to see what the coaching staff is going to look like next year and what kind of scheme they run, which are really going to tell us who we can draft and who we can't, and who we have to pick up in free agency.
So
that's really not going to make a difference until then.
Let me say this. Here's to what FFG is saying, kind of, but let me add a little layer to it. Let's just say, for instance, we brought in a Todd Monken type on offense to design the offensive scheme. So what is Todd Monken going to do? He's going to put a heavy emphasis on running the ball, right? What do offensive linemen really, really want to do, and where do they really, really flourish at? That is at run blocking, because it's the easiest. Yeah. Run blocking is what they really want to do. Pass blocking is very difficult in the NFL. Very, very difficult. And so what you want to do optimally is make sure that your team is designed in a way that you can sustain yourself running the football, and your offensive line aren't asked to do too much, and that is pass blocking 80% of the game for the most part. You don't want that. You want that you want to dominate that front and have that offensive line blocking 70%, 75% of the time going downhill, and that's where they're happy. You know what I mean? That's when they don't look bad trying to protect the quarterback for 3 and 4 seconds, right? And so that's what you want. So offensively, whoever you get, just make sure the scheme is designed in a way that they're running the ball most of the time, and they're getting downhill, getting after guys and getting at dudes, and that's where they want to be at. Defensively, kind of the same thing. No defender really wants to be playing in coverage all day long because you got all day to throw the ball. You need your front to be dominant, getting downhill against the offense. And so whatever defensive scheme they come in here with, hopefully it's a very aggressive one that helps these core players that we have on the defense. We have some stud players on that defense that should be playing more downhill instead of on their back foot. And we don't have that going on. And so those are key tenets to how you make your team successful. Whatever scheme you're bringing in on the offensive side of the ball, whatever scheme you're bringing in on the defensive side of the ball, make sure it's aggressive at the basic thing. Making sure you're getting downhill in the run game, making sure you're getting downhill on defense in your front. And that makes everybody happy. Now everybody's swarming. They're happy. People are making plays. Splash plays are happening all over the place. Pancakes, sacks, getting guys behind the line of scrimmage, interceptions. All of that stuff is because you got an aggressive offense and an aggressive defense. We got a passive offense and a passive defense, and we wonder why we struggle.
Preach, my brother, because that's exactly what the problem is with the Bears. They're not aggressive on either side of the ball, especially on defense. And with all the weapons they got this year in free agency and in the draft, you would have thought that they would have been a lot more aggressive than they were. Just play calling wise, where we're going to test teams. We're going to make them play defense all over the field, but yet we played a 10, 15-yard game most of the season. And that can't happen going forward. We have to challenge teams, and I think that's what was sorely lacking this season. We didn't challenge anybody on offense or on defense because we just sat back and waited for stuff to happen to us instead of making stuff happen to them.
I love what Joseph Matuzak is saying. He's saying that coach needs to have that dog in him too, as it were. That's why I'm a proponent of Thomas Brown or Mike Tomlin or somebody like that to come and take over this team, because that's exactly the way I think, Joseph. Is just you got to have an attack style of mentality. Thomas Brown is very aggressive. He said as much. He's very aggressive. And that's the kind of guy you need. That's the kind of guy you need to build a culture and a team and get the pieces around him that helps him manifest his mindset in his team. You know, if you want to be aggressive, get the people in here to help you be aggressive and play that way. Call the game that way. And so that is absolutely right, Joseph, man. We need a coach to boot that.
Yeah, I like what you're saying.
Yeah. The V word down there. Violence, AC Adam.
But it's true, though. What Bears is saying, we didn't run enough under center, and there was no play action passing, so defenses just sat back and waited because they saw him standing there in shotgun. Okay, now we know how to play you. You know what I mean? We had no – it just didn't seem like we had a way to disguise anything that we were doing the whole season. We had no variety. We had – it just seemed like teams watched the tape 1 week and be like, okay, from week 1 to week 10, the same thing. Yeah, you didn't switch it up. There was the same tendency over and over and over and over again in the play calling. And that's what I thought made us a lot more passive when it came to attacking teams, because they knew exactly what we're going to do most of the time. And we had to depend on, luck throws every now and then just to be in a position to come back in the game, not to be winning the game and putting it to somebody. That's when we played our best football, was in the fourth quarter. I think we probably scored more points in the fourth quarter than we did the rest of the game combined.
Without question. And on top of that, let me tell you something. I always look at, I'm really good at it when it comes to evaluating players, but another thing is sussing out where I can see troubleshooting. I had to be really good at this in my professional line of work throughout my years, and just troubleshooting what could be a problem later on. Like all the stuff that I just got through saying about being aggressive, running the ball, being aggressive on your defensive front, making sure the defense is playing downhill. That is all true. But imagine Caleb Williams, as you just got through describing, he wasn't really comfortable until he was in shotgun most of the time, and really with the team that needed him to make plays out there and throw the ball, he just really wasn't comfortable until he was doing that, right? And so imagine if we were in a system where it wasn't asking him to throw the ball that much, just asking him to hand the ball off 40 times, whatever. I think he would grow disillusioned with that. And there's another problem I can see down the road with him, is that he doesn't like the fact that, we're running the ball so much. But if you're winning, you're winning. You know what I mean? This guy, his personality type is, I need to be able to go back there and show you who I am. You know what I mean? So that's just a troubleshooting idea that I've been having in my mind for a while.
Well, I think that he's never played on a team with balance either, that he's always been the man to do everything. So that's all he's used to. Just give me the ball and I'll make a play. Y'all just go run around and I'll get it to you. Not, hey, this is the play. Let me do my job. That option is open. Boom. Now you go make a play, because my job really is just to get it to you. You know what I mean? And he doesn't see it that way. His job to, it's like somebody who wants to throw the ball, catch the ball, run the ball, score all the touchdowns. That's not a team game. That's not a team thought process. He needs to trust the rest of his team. Because if I was Cole Kmet, I would have been slapped him up for not passing me the ball when I'm wide open all the time. And we could be moving the ball and be in these games, and you wouldn't have to do nearly as much. That you wouldn't be getting thrown to the ground violently on a consistent basis. And I don't think that the other guys in the locker room ever said nothing to him like that. Like, look, kid, you got all the talent in the world. All you got to do is slow down a little bit, let us help you, and we'll win games. And you can still be a star. You'll have the time to make these great plays, but great play can't be made without us. because you can't throw it to yourself.
Hey, Flex Diggs, he said, Nomad, look at the Ravens, Chargers running the ball, making it easy for their QBs and they have awesome QBs. That's just the way to be. That's our way to be successful too. Man, listen, dude, that is the truth, man. Whether Caleb likes it or not, what kind of offense we bring in here that helps protect him is going to be having a sound run game, and being able to be balanced that way and not having to ask him to do so much. What he has to do late in the games is part his doing because he helps put us in the hole early in the game. But the other part of it is you're not effective running the ball, and so that's not helping either. So if you got at least one of those things going for you, if you're running the ball effectively, you're not asking that quarterback to do so much. And so that it's not like the weight of the world is not on your shoulders on a 3rd and 18. If you're running the ball, you're not in 3rd and 18, right?
Oh,
and so,
God.
Yeah, he just dropped that.
I'd be mad if I was Quinn Ewers. Y'all be dropping wide open stuff.
Yeah. Yep. So,
now, but
yeah.
you know who's in the same mindset or was coming into the league with all the talent in the world, big arm, flashy, can do it all, and learned, and what he's relied on his whole career. And this year, everybody talked about how bad they were going to be and they weren't going to be competitive. Look at Buffalo. They run the ball better than almost anybody in the league. And Josh Allen don't got to be the man, but when he wants to be, he can. And that's where Caleb needs to learn where to get into that groove. We could dominate a team just by running the ball, but when we need to throw, there you go.
He'll never be that. He'll never be that guy. Ever. He's not that. He's not the read option type quarterback that, I know he's got a little bit of wheels on him, but he's never going to be that. He's not going to function. He can get you a couple of plays here and there during the game, and that's really all you need. But Josh Allen, 7 to 8 times a game, will pull that ball out of the belly of the running back and go make hay for 30 yards. You know what I mean? At times, it's just he's a big physical dude and can take some of the collisions that come his way. Caleb's he's not built like that, to be quite honest with you. He's just not. He's just not built like that, and I'm not trying to take anything from him, but that kind of offense for Caleb Williams, he'll be required to do that 7 to 8 times a game and really be effective at it. I don't see that in him. That was more for Justin Fields or somebody like that. Now, he could have really functioned in that offense. I don't see Joe Brady for this. Nah, I think Josh Allen makes all that shit magical.
But one thing that they depend on, though, is a running game. He can't be effective without his offensive line and his running backs. Like James Cook is a good running back. He ain't great, but
he's great.
They can run teams over where Josh Allen can have a poor game, pass for 120 yards, and Buffalo still put up 27 points because they can run the ball. You see what I'm saying? And we need to get there. That's why I just want us to get to that functionality where we can line up, hit you in the mouth, and now when we want to throw the ball, we can, because y'all are not ganging up on us, or just sitting on routes at the 10-yard line or 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean?
I'm looking at this game, and Texas is coming, bro. That wasn't Barron that time. That was 0, I think. I
thought they shared this sack. I thought it was a half a sack each.
Nope, that was 0. Can't remember what his name is. Yeah, but yeah, we get more into the Bears conversation. Let me keep track on what's going on. We got 2 minutes. We had the 2-minute warning in this game. Ohio State's up 7. Matter of fact, let me put up a graphic so people can know what's going on in case anybody doesn't. Excuse me for 1 second while I pull it up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Pulling it up right now. Let me see.
I feel you, AC Adams, talking about we need to get rid of these wide receiver screens all the time in every game. Yeah, I mean, you can run that every now and then, but don't make it a staple of your offense. I think that's another part where they didn't see a way to get the curls, the slants, the out routes, they, comebacks. They didn't see any way, even skinny posts, nothing where it was working effectively and what they were calling, because they were always in shotgun. And so it's easier to dissect all the time when you're not under center. And so I hope the next coach that comes in here makes it almost mandatory that we're running, under center 80% of the time.
Guess what, FFG? Those coaches got to watch these players in camp. They got to watch them in practice every day, and they got to take them through multiple reps in different formations. And it's not hard for a coach to discern whether or not this quarterback is more comfortable in under center and how well he performs. All you got to do is look at the tape, how well he performs under center versus how well he performs in shotgun. And so when a coach goes and leans more shotgun, it's because what he's looking at on tape is a quarterback more comfortable in that role as shotgun. And so we talk about this all the time before you start doing stuff with us, man. You probably heard a couple of shows of me saying, one of the things I don't want to see is them try to fit a square peg in a round hole, meaning that, no need to try to stray away from, what makes that player, what plays to that player's strengths. And right now we have a quarterback where his strengths are playing what? Shotgun. He started looking, the offense looked really good in pistol formation in particular. What is a pistol formation? That's a quarterback in shotgun and the running back directly behind him. That's a pistol formation. That looked good for they got a lot of good plays out of that formation. But it is looking more overwhelmingly like whatever system that's going to come in here, Caleb Williams is more comfortable in the shotgun setting. I would love to see him more under center, but we got the wrong quarterback for that. That would have been more Jaden Daniels. Caleb Williams is a shotgun quarterback, period. And we need to accept that.
But you can't, just like any other sport, if you have a weakness, you need to work on it. You can't tell me this kid can't play under center. Like it's impossible.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but you can clearly see on the tape where he's more comfortable playing that. His feet are lazy in running the boot actions. He doesn't get to his landmark point, and it's just sometimes he comes out of the boot action so wide, it's just like only other choice he's got to do is run. You know what I mean? It's like he doesn't come out of it real sharp and crisp. That's something the coaches can work on him with. Come out of the boot action real crisp and sharp, and so that you can get your first and second options in front of you right away. But right now, you couldn't. I didn't see it. It was just. It's like he resented having to play that role. He didn't like it. That's what it looked like on film to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As a rookie, you should be open to what the coaches are teaching you, how to become a better football player, instead of determining, hey, this is how I play and that's all I'm ever going to do, because you've stunted your growth already. You've determined that I'm going to play a certain way, or that I can't progress. I can't learn another skill, because in every sport, if you got a bad jump shot, what do you work in the offseason? Your jump shot. You know what I'm saying? You're not a good rebounder. What do you work in the offseason? Learn how to box out, watch where the ball come up the rim so you can be in right position. There's just certain things, just like every defensive lineman work on their swim move or their pass rush moves every offseason to get better and better. They don't say, well, I got this one move and that's all I'll ever do because I'm good at it. That's just dumb, in my opinion. Why would you not want to learn as much as you can to be as effective as you can?
He's got to be
other teams off balance for you to stay alive.
He's got to be willing to put the work in. And I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to what stuff that comes out of David Kaplan. I know he's connected and has, resources. Let's just say people that he can get in contact with. And I heard something on a podcast earlier, right before I came on the show, saying that he doesn't really work as hard as people seem to think he was going to be this hard worker, and it didn't show up this year. And so if Caleb wants to be good under center, which is likely what the next coach is going to want to ask him to do, then he's going to have to work at it. And that's going to require him putting the time into it and him getting his receivers to come along with him in that process. It's one thing for you to be getting better at this thing and you to feel like your footwork and your timing is better with, whoever you're throwing the ball to in the offseason. But if you don't get the players your receivers to go along with you, then we're gonna get into the regular season. He's gonna have the same kind of issues with timing. Same stuff.
3 timeouts. Why don't you call one?
Minister Charles says there's no way you can convince me that a generational talent can't play from the shotgun and under center. I'm not saying that he can't. He's gonna have to work at that. It's not gonna be no all right, next year I'm gonna be better under center. No, you have to put the reps in, G. That's all it is to it.
Yeah, that's my point. If this kid want to be the greatest work hard. That's why Tom Brady was so good, because he put in the work. That's why Peyton Manning became so great. He put in the work. Every year he worked on something to get better. He worked with his receivers in the offseason. He worked with his offensive linemen for calls and everything that they were doing. You know, he did all that just to make him and the team better. And work ethic is not something you can teach. It's something that you have to have inside you. You know, you could tell people work hard all you want, but if you don't want to do it on your own, and that's really what we're going to find out going forward, if this kid has that drive to be the best or to be a great one. You know what I mean?
You got to want it, but it's one thing to want it, but you got to bring your people with you. Your people are DJ Keenan if he's here. Your people are Ron. Your people are Cole Kmet. Your people are your center. You got to bring your offensive line guys, your core guys that you know you're going to be playing with next year. You got to bring everybody along with you, and you got to pay for that. You're going to have to pay for their tickets. You're going to have to pay for their bed and breakfast, whatever they're going through. If you want to get those guys on the level of where you know they need to be at, you're going to have to pay that. You're going to have to pay for that. And those guys will come. All you got to do is go to Acapulco or somewhere, set them up. That's all you got to do, and then pay for everything, and, make them comfortable while they're out there. You want them to stay for a couple weeks with you, pay for it. That's all you got to do, but just make it worth their time. They want to be somewhere doing other things in the offseason because they're human. They want to be kicking it with their families. They want to be hanging out in Belize, wherever they can afford to go get some of those tickets and do it on their own. But tell me why I should stop doing what I'm doing this offseason to help support you. Make me a believer in you. Show me exactly how bad you want it. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, I think that's where he's going to have to prove that he's a leader as well. I think he wants to be that guy, but I think he's got to prove it to the guys he plays with that he's that guy. Not just saying it, not just because he was put in that position to be that guy. Do you know what I mean? So we're going to find out what this kid is made of coming up, because I really do think it's drive and desire and hard work that makes a lot of people, like right now, people talk all that stuff about Baker Mayfield. This kid worked hard, and if you notice, it's been paying off. People gave up on him too early because he's a great quarterback, but he don't get the respect just because people deemed him not this or not that or whatever. You know what I mean? So
I know Sco Sixtray has no confidence in him whatsoever.
No, he been going off all day. He got a Gatling gun out there just going nuts on Caleb.
Oh yeah. But
since like the first 2 minutes he was on. Goodness.
I just saw Lathan Ransom with a big hit on the quarterback. Made him fumble that ball, but it was now they determine
whether.
He was
down by contact.
I don't know about that. Let me see. Let's see if he was down.
Nah, he was down. Yeah, he was down.
Knee was down. Looks like the knee was down. A hand was down at least. And the knee was down before the ball really came out. Yeah, he was down.
You know what? I've seen a lot of the people that we previewed play well today. But you know what I didn't think this was going to be? A defensive struggle. I really didn't. I thought the score was going to be a lot higher because there's a lot of offensive firepower on both sides that I thought there was going to be some big plays made here or there to put people in better position. You know what I mean? To score.
Yeah, this is the game I want. This is the kind of game I want to see anyway. You know, your football purists like myself, like I'll love to see a 13-10 type of game, 14-10, you know, that kind of game that lets me know that there's some football being played out there. You know what I mean? That I love to see a defensive struggle. Freaking Lathan Ransom is a beast, though. I know that. Ooh, break the tackle. Ooh, number 11. Who is that? Ooh,
you ahead of me now.
Ooh, I don't think his knee was down at all.
Golden. No, he wasn't down. He just twisted out of this.
Texas trying
to
to
not say this kid was down. No, his knee was never down.
I like the aggressiveness in the coach. Oh, good play by 97. 97, great play, because if he doesn't, that probably is going to the house. That's probably going to the house. He's in for JT Tuiamola. If he doesn't make this play, that is probably going to the house, because you got left tackle was out on the lead block.
He was out in front, right? You got the whole half of the line out in front.
Yep.
There they go.
Shotgun. Oh, timeout.
He got some hops though. For a big boy, he got some hops.
Man, Joseph Matuzak. Look, I'm going to read what he says. He said, y'all want to know something? If JF, Justin Fields, would have stayed with the OC choice in the offseason, I have the Bears at an 8-win season. But when Caleb was picked, I knew it was going to get rough. Anybody that has any kind of football sense and wasn't just running out there with the pom-pom, hey, Caleb, generational quarterback, like the media tells you to think, and you can look at it and discern it for yourself and know what football looks like when you play it, anybody could see that. Joseph, anybody. And anybody that argues with you on that fact, just hurry up and walk away from them, because they don't know jack nothing. It was easy to see this was what we would head to. Because why? You had a veteran team with veteran pieces, and they were trending in the right direction, and you just replaced them with a rookie. What did you expect was going to happen? Look at Ewers back.
And no draft picks.
Touchdown run. 7-7. Sonny Styles got beat by a quick running back. Here comes Ohio State.
That was your boy Blue.
Flex Diggs wants to know what team. I think he's saying, what team do you think Justin goes to in the offseason? I'll tell you what, if we get Mike Tomlin, he's coming back to Chicago. Probably. I'll just leave that there, Flex.
Hey, you know what? I've been hearing this all week. What do you think about that? Do you think Pittsburgh would finally say, you know what? I think you finally hit the ceiling, that we need a spark of another kind to get Pittsburgh back on track, because it's gotten stagnant. Like the message here has gotten stagnant.
I'm glad you asked that, because I'm going to put up this image right here while I speak on it, because I think there's some teeth to that. Let me make sure I still got it. Put this on the screen. And what Ryan Poe said when asked the specific question, what would you do to make – I don't know exactly what the question was, but it's something in the neighborhood of, are you prepared to do anything it takes to bring the right coach in here? He said, we'll look at all avenues to bring the right coach in here. And in all avenues, I'm sure he meant that, hey, we might reach out to some teams to talk about trading a coach that we know is a surefire culture setter and a really, really good coach that will bring the rest of these guys along with him. And so there was word out on the street, and it's pretty widespread now. But when I made this, when we created this show and I created this graphic, it was just murmurs about it and wasn't a whole lot being said. But the word was out that there's an NFL team and NFL team that called Pittsburgh and inquired about attaining the services of Mike Tomlin. And so the first person that came to my mind was Ryan Poles. The very first person that came to my mind was Ryan Poles. That should have been him. If it wasn't, then there's malpractice on his part. Here's what I see playing out, Jay. I almost called you something else. But here's what I see going on, FFG. Now, if Tomlin is successful in this playoff out in this wild card game, then all that stuff is going to go by the wayside. If they lose like they lost to Baltimore early in the season, it is going to get very real. And so the day or two after that, in the next 24 to 48 hours, you will see that ramp up if they get their butts kicked by Baltimore again. And then we will be in that conversation. So as real as some people think it's not, they will think it's that much more real after this game, depending on how it goes.
I think it's probably as real as getting what do you call it from the Niners. It's in that category. Now it'll be a little. Oh my God! That's a shame.
Travion Henderson with a 75-yard touchdown reception.
That's just sad. You spent all game trying to catch up, and then one play, whoop, losing again. But yeah, I mean, Shanahan, I think is, a little bit out there. But Tomlin, if they lose, especially if they get beat, it's not just they lose where it's like 34-14 or something like that. Where they, you know what I'm saying? Where they just get punked, then it could be a situation where they would maybe look to move on from him. I really think that's where it might be at this point. You know what I mean? For them, because I really don't see them wanting to get rid of Tomlin.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Andy Reid kept his team in playoff bound and kept them right there where they needed to be, and always at the party, always at the dance, but couldn't wear the crown at the end of it. And they got a little antsy about that, and the fan base did. And they moved on from Andy Reid, and he went to Kansas City. Same thing that went on in Pittsburgh. It's just going down the same trajectory in Pittsburgh, where the message might be getting stale. It's enough of getting there, but not getting the job done. We need a new direction. This is definitely going down and having that kind of feel to it. This is definitely going down that track.
I can definitely tell you, if he comes here, our 4-3 defense will be no joke. Offensive line will be stacked, and Caleb will have some super discipline. I can tell you that. The whole culture in Chicago would change, and I guarantee you, he wouldn't deal with the media like everybody else has been getting punked. I can tell you that too. He'd be like, "Look, this is what we doing. I ain't answering 50 questions today. Take it for what it's worth. Here's the situation. Here's what we're going to do. This is how it's going to be ran. I'm not telling you every single nook and cranny of what we do for the other team to have information. That's just ridiculous. So watch what we do on Sundays. I guarantee you it'll be a whole different vibe in the press conferences.
One guy that I didn't get a chance to talk about the other night on some extra sauce, and I got out of the show and forgot. I'm like, man, we didn't talk about Pete Carroll. Head coaching candidate Pete Carroll. Let me tell you something. The pedigree. If I just tell you this, if the guy wasn't 73, he'd be the number one. He'd be the number one coach in the cycle, given his pedigree, right? Because he's 73, everybody is just like, oh no, we don't. I was saying the same kind of stuff about Bill Belichick, but Bill Belichick and his style, I know it's going to take several years for you to really see the effects of what he can bring to the table. Pete Carroll, he's going to get in the draft and he's going to show you what he can do and draft dominant players. Now put them all together and have them singing on the same hymn, on the same note. And so Pete Carroll is he's everything that you want in a head coach, that leader, that guy that comes in and brings a culture, and he's also the guy that can bring the right coordinator to work with Caleb Williams, and him also being a key figure in Caleb Williams' his development. So Pete Carroll is right there in my very top of the echelon guys. If you want to hire somebody and get this thing turned over and do it the right way, that's one of the guys you make sure you get in for a second interview and let the best man win. But Pete Carroll, hey, I don't care who's trying to piss on his resume, and because he's an older guy, forget all that. This dude knows what he's doing. Period. Anybody arguing with that, then they don't understand football the way they should.
There's only one drawback from Pete Carroll. Just one.
His age.
It's not a long-term solution. You want somebody who's going to be the coach for the next 10 years, if you get it right. You do not want somebody who may not be alive in 10 years or having health issues where they won't be as effective. You see what I'm saying? That's the only downfall for him. If he was 63, take him. I'd take him in a heartbeat. 53, I wouldn't call nobody else.
But you will not, because he's 73.
No. I'm just saying that's the only drawback for hiring him as a coach. That would be the only thing that's a negative for him. Everything else, he knows what to do. He can control the team. He can draft well. He can develop a quarterback. He knows the league inside and out, can get quality coordinators. Their defense, you know what's going to be lights out. So
let me speak to
relax as far as a coach, except time to be coaching.
Let me speak to Ampharius, man. Listen, Shane Waldron, nobody can sit here and tell me Shane Waldron came to Chicago and all of a sudden forgot how to coach. Nobody can tell me that. He was, now, although it was Geno Smith, a veteran quarterback. Now, I will say that as a precursor to what I'm about to say, but nobody can tell me that all of a sudden Shane Waldron came to Chicago and he's a crummy coach. No, I'm just not going to listen to anybody that tells me that. What happened was Shane Waldron became a victim of rookie quarterback slump circumstances. That rookie quarterback that hit the wall and couldn't deliver on the calls that were given to him. And so you need somebody's going to catch the back end of that, right? And so I don't think Shane Waldron was a bad coordinator whatsoever. Leader and a guy that can control his room and the offense and really, really command those guys. Obviously, he has some shortcomings there because it was out there in the media. They were just like, hey, we had to talk to this dude because he just won't. Basically, he was letting them dudes run him over, basically, from the way I broke it down, from what I heard. But Shane Waldron is not a bad play caller whatsoever. Some of the stuff that he got accused of being bad at, I was just like, are people just looking at the results of the play, or are people actually looking at how the stuff breaks down? Is what I was curious about. And when it breaks down, you find that it was a lot of time this quarterback put him in that position. And if that quarterback's not successful, who are they going to blame it on? They're going to blame it on the offensive coordinator. And so I feel bad for Shane Waldron because he became a victim of circumstances, in my opinion. I think he's going to be a pretty solid play caller elsewhere, and we're gonna see that firsthand. But Caleb Williams, in his hitting that rookie wall the way he did, cost Shane Waldron a job.
Absolutely. And the thing is with that, I think some coaches just aren't very good with rookies. They need like some guy who's had some NFL experience to kind of understand like their like level of play calling. I think that's why he did so well with Geno, is because by the time he got with Geno's already was in the league for a few years. So he had seen some different looks out of the defense and was able to kind of pick up that offense a little better. You know what I mean?
I had my mic on mute. I hear you, man. It's like the player, the situation, and the fit was like, I don't know what the hell Ryan Post was thinking. I think they were listening to people talk instead of imagining how this is going to play out with a rookie. He with the ceiling that Caleb Williams has, you see all that potential, but then at the same time, it's like, how do I make this foolproof? And so what they did was try to come into the situation with a whole lot of play action and try to do all that kind of stuff. to really simplify the offense for him and kind of, help him take it slow. And what ended up happening was they found out that he's not so comfortable in that role playing under center. And as much as they're trying to force that down his throat as a skill set, he just wasn't ready to take that on. And they realize it now. They got to get into plan B, and that's playing a whole bunch of shotgun and RPO stuff. And so, whatever Shane Waldron wanted to do initially with Caleb Williams, he parked that and put that in a compartment somewhere and put a lock on it. And he had to go to plan B, in my opinion, with Caleb Williams and pretty much let him go in shotgun and figure it out back there. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah. That's what I saw too.
It was unfortunate, but the results is what is going to get you either retained at your job or it's going to get you fired. Nobody was going to fire Caleb Williams at the time. Nobody was going to fire Matt Eberflus for it. That they needed a head on a pike, and Shane Waldron unfortunately was it.
That's the way the NFL goes, unfortunately.
Man, it was I just feel bad for the guy, man, because I know Shane Waldron is going to get picked up somewhere, whether he's a quarterbacks coach or coordinator, wherever he's at. But remember when the offseason, when Nick was talking about, oh my God, he's only going to be here a year, and they're going to, everybody was so excited about Shane Waldron. Like they knew what he can bring to the table. And all of a sudden he gets here with Caleb Williams. Now it's like he's not worth nothing. Why? How did it change that fast? Explain that to me, please. Somebody.
Just didn't work out. And so since he didn't make Caleb Williams look like Superman, he's the worst thing ever, unfortunately.
Man.
That microwave society we live in,
It's just foolishness to me, man. And I understand people are reactionary and the fans are fans for a reason. And people fan the way they want to fan. But I just wish people didn't go to such extremes when describing like the guy's not that bad. Man, there's a world where Caleb Williams didn't execute the plays the way he should have. Like it's okay to say that. You know what I mean? It's like somebody's gonna burn like this. Somebody like you're a vampire to getting holy water thrown on your ass or something. Like, golly.
And the thing is, he's a rookie. He was never gonna be perfect. Like of course he's gonna have mistakes, and you have to acknowledge them. That's just part of the growing process. Some people don't. Yeah, some people just don't like that. They just think criticism is a bad thing, if you will, which it isn't. There's a difference between criticism and just being negative and cynical towards a player. You know what I mean?
So it's like the kid's skill set is off the chart. It's like he can be good at whatever he wants to be good at, but you got to put in the work. There's no sidestepping it. There's no ducking it. There's no going around it. There's no going over. You got to do the work.
Absolutely.
And it's going to require a lot of time, and whatever he's got planned for the off season to be in France and looking at artwork, man, all that shit, dude, you finna be on the grass working. If you want to be really good and live up to that billing that you got to work. I know that.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, he was there was that thing like earlier in the earlier off season, Brady had like a couple of like of those younger quarterbacks and like was giving them like talking game with them. Caleb was one of those guys there. You would like to think that the number one overall pick, who's now the face of a franchise, would listen to a guy who's won 7 Super Bowl rings, and is labeled the greatest of all time. You would think he would have listened to what he said.
Man.
We can only hope.
Like I was saying in the offseason, like Joseph Matuzak, I'm going to read what he says. He said, letting JF go, by the way the Bears did was kind of proof this Bears management is ASS. In fact, I'm kind of certain that certain level of credit for this, give a certain level of credit for this team poor management based on how he was treated. I'm a strong believer, Joseph, in karma. I'm a strong believer in karma. And I'm not saying that Poles has some kind of bad karma coming towards him. Matter of fact, let me get this Pete Carroll image off the screen. I don't know why that's still up there. But yeah, I just, that didn't play out the way it should have, in my opinion. It was just, but then it's like this mindset, and you have this way of thinking about how you want to put this team together and how you visualize this team should look and why. And so I think all along, Poles wanted Justin Fields to blow him away and make it almost impossible for him to have to trade him and have to draft a quarterback. And I don't believe, quite honestly, Poles was blown away by Justin Fields' type of football. Justin Fields plays a certain type of football. And I don't think he saw a winning quarterback in Justin Fields. But he saw winning quarterback in Caleb Williams. And I think it all started there. However people feel about it is however people feel about it. But in my opinion, that's the wrong way to look at it, because I think there's plenty of good winning football in Justin Fields. He just wasn't as quarterbacky as everybody would have liked him to be. You know what I mean? But you can win with that guy.
Yeah.
But I think it came down to that, to be honest with you. Anything, Nick?
No, you pretty much nailed that.
I'm just reading Joseph's comments. He's in there tearing it up. Let me see. Let me read Cliff so you don't feel left out. Cliff said Justin is better at runs. Caleb is way better at passing and arm talent. Arm talent is one thing. I kept trying to tell people that in the offseason. I don't give a damn how talented the kid's arm is. A football player is a football player. You got to have it inside and out, and you can't just be an arm talented guy to be successful on this level. You can't. Period. You got to be able to play the game and know instinctively what to do to win a game. And, and I warn people about that. And we're going to see if any of this changes come next year. But, we're going to see. I'm not going to overly judge this kid, but I'm going to lob criticism where it belongs. And I gave him an entire season to get to where he needed to get to. And now the criticism comes. Whether people like it or not, I'm going to criticize him, and I'm going to give him praise too. I'm going to make it fair all the way around when it comes to Caleb Williams. So nobody can say, hey, over on the Nomad network, Nomad's over here dogging Caleb Williams and he's Nah, you ain't going to get that. All you're going to get is real measured truth from me. What everybody else says, that's their own thing. I'm going to give you measured truth and what I see on film. That's it. And whether people can take that or not, that's on them. Oh my God. He says Cliff says Caleb is more of a leader than Justin is. Now I gotta disagree with you, Cliff. Matter of fact, I wish you was on the show so I can cut you out. But that's crazy. That's crazy for you to say that, man. I know, Viz Joe, it's gonna happen, man. That at the end of if Ryan Post stays here or not, Viz Joe, one of the things that we will say at the end of if he leaves at the end of his tenure, it'll all go back to whether or not he should have or should not have traded Justin Fields and drafted Caleb Williams. It'll all go back to that. Guarantee you, whether you want to hear it right now, Vizzo Joe, or not, but it'll all go back to that very decision because I think everything cascaded from there. It'll all go back to that. I guarantee you that. I hear y'all. Slick Sophistication say he's a Justin Fields fan, but damn, Poe screwed both of them.
Yes, he did.
It's just the truth, man. It's just the truth.
Justin never got a fair chance with Chicago. Like that was the whole thing. Like, which sucks, but that's the NFL.
I love Caleb Williams' ability. Like he has some flash plays when I watched that film. That's just like, oh, I just need him to put that on a string. You know what I mean? Like early in games and get that. It's all stuff that is repairable. Everything I say, the criticism that I got against Caleb Williams is all stuff that he can repair. Every last single bit of it. There is no part of anything I say about Caleb Williams other than I want to see if he's got the heart when the games get tough. Does he stand up or does he fold? That part we haven't really seen yet, but he hasn't played a really, really, really tough game yet. And so that's to be determined. But everything else physically and in the mental part of it, I think it's all things that you can put your hands on and fix. You know what I mean? And so it's not like, he can't reach to his potential. It's not that. It's how bad does he want it? And that's to be determined.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time.
So that's all it is to it. I don't know what happened with FFG, but I'm glad you're in here with me, Nick, because it makes me feel a little bit better.
Of course.
Let me see. Did he say something in private chat?
He just said be right back. He's probably got to take care of something.
Yeah. Probably ate a double quarter pounder and got to have a food baby.
Something like that.
I hope he ain't hear that. Food babies are real. Food babies are very real. That's why I didn't eat before the show. Because I like to eat reckless sometimes, especially when my girlfriend ain't here. Let's go sit straight, going off again. He said Ryan Poles tore down the roster around Justin Fields in order to tank and lose on purpose. There's a strong argument there, Nick, wouldn't you say?
I mean, that's kind of like that's proof in the pudding, if you ask me.
It's what he didn't do, right? Well,
right.
Justin was here.
Because like the whole thing is like, he brings in a coach, not, this kind of goes to like the whole offseason right now. Like, are we bringing in a coach for Caleb's benefit, or are we going to bring in a coach for the team's benefit? And from the Flu's hire initially, that seemed like he wanted to do something more so for the team's benefit. But then the roster itself and just overall plan on how to build the roster never helped benefit Justin. And now we're in the spot we're in now, where things are quote unquote supposed to be better for the new guy he brings in, but it's essentially still a piece of turd. It's just got some glittering gold sprinkled on top of it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, here's DJ Moore, here's Keenan Allen. Ooh, here's some flashy secondary players. That's cool, but what about the line that's supposed to protect me for 2-3 seconds so I can pass the freaking ball? It's not there.
Vizzo Joe, welcome back. I haven't seen you here in a while. I'm going to speak to your comment. Vizzo Joe says Caleb is a dog in the fourth quarter. And with the right coach and O-line, he'll be a dog in 4 quarters. Here's what I would say to you, Vizzo Joe. And this is not such a nuanced football thing that nobody else can understand it. It's just regular football stuff that people can comprehend. In fourth quarters of the game, by the time the Bears get to the fourth quarter, recently with Caleb Williams as the quarterback, that game is 21 points out of our hand, kind of. 14 to 21 points, and the defense has kind of got its talons or claws out of the offense, and they're kind of backing off, and they're not being as aggressive. And what Caleb is looking for early in games seems to be right there and wide open late in the game when the defense is kind of playing a softer coverage. Early in the games when they really putting their foot on the gas and they're really getting after Caleb, you don't see that Caleb Williams. And so those fourth quarter numbers are misleading. I'm just telling you straight up, Vizzo Joe. Those numbers are very, very misleading, man. And you listen to a person that sits here religiously and has to watch this all 22 stuff. I'm telling you, those numbers in the fourth quarter are really ambiguous. I would just say that's the easiest way I can put that. But what say you, FFG? You just popped back in.
They're inflated because of we're behind. So they're playing with a sense of urgency as well. So now it's all or nothing when you see them in the fourth quarter, when they're playing, because we haven't always been getting blown out, but it seems like he plays his best football, like he's locked in the fourth quarter compared to the first quarter or the second quarter where, it's like he's trying stuff out to see if it'll work later in the game. To me, that's what it looks like. Now, defenses are a little more lax, but to him, it's like winning time. And he played in college where they were dominating teams. But you know what? Last year, when he was in college, they had to play close game after close game after close game, and they had to score all the time because He had no defense. Now he's got a defense. He should go back to when he won the Heisman. They were just busting teams up all game long. Good teams, bad teams, where he was consistent. His problem is consistency throughout a game. That'll make him a better player.
That in the Green Bay game, Cliff, they also didn't have a whole lot of their key guys in there too, man. So that's all you gotta do is look back and see who they had in the game. I would just say with Jordan Love in the game, we're probably not seeing the game ain't quite the same with Jordan Love in the game. You gotta, I think Cliff, people have to be willing to listen to, like, if I don't know anybody that watches us on a regular basis that can come on and get in a chat and say, you know, everybody at the Nomad Network is one-sided or they're just overly critical of Caleb Williams. I don't think you find anybody that can tell you that straight up. I think you can get people that'll actually say that on other platforms and say, hey, Nomad, you can find guys like that, of course. But if you have been listening to us all season and before Caleb Williams got here, if I know I personally made it my business to not overly criticize Caleb Williams because this was his rookie year. And so I was trying to encourage everybody on the channel to make sure that they took that mindset going into the season. Now that we're postseason and we can reflect and everything is in hindsight now, to be clear and to the point about what what was, to try to sugarcoat it. I'm not in the business of trying to put powdered sugar and honey on a turd. If it was a turd, it was a turd. That's it. Not calling Caleb Williams a turd, but I'm not trying to clean it up so that it makes people feel good about what I'm saying. I'm telling you the unvarnished truth, the way I see it after I get through looking at the all 22. How other people see it, that's their business. I know what I see.
That's a great point, Flex Diggs. Caleb needs to be on the same page with DJ Rome Swift commit from day one next year. And that's true. I think that he was never on the same page with all his weapons, so it didn't run smoothly. That's another thing that's probably why it took him so much time during a game to feel adjusted to what the process was, how they were going to play, instead of starting a training camp and in practice, that it was a well-oiled machine before they got to the game.
So I just wish we as a fan base, I think somewhere along the line between this Justin and draft Caleb and that whole thing, I think people got it's almost like people got so disoriented that whatever they was hoping for, they were willing to go along with whatever the narrative was about that, this or that. And it's like we had some really good, knowledgeable football people. Like the people in the chat, I know football. I could listen to some of the stuff that they're typing in here now and know that I know I'm talking to just legit football people. We have some really good people that support us over here. But sometimes I look at the chat and it's like any critical words you got against Caleb Williams in that other parts, that defense mechanism comes out of. Like you can't say anything bad about Caleb Williams. Nothing. Don't say anything bad about Caleb Williams because that just, you might get some wind behind yourselves and people might start listening to it and everything that I thought about him might be incorrect. It's like something gets in people's head about this cat and this whole situation that it shouldn't be there. This is our team, not yours, not mine, ours. And we all want the same thing. To be critical about decisions made is just human nature. So, I mean, don't get so into it that you get delusional about the facts is all I'm saying. Sometimes it feels like people get a little bit delusional about the facts because it doesn't represent what they want to think. That's the best way I can say that.
I can tell you another thing that we'll see a major change next year. Now he's seen what the league is about. Now he knows he can't play a certain way. He's going to be able to take this whole experience and understand, okay, this is how I need to play. This is where I need to get better. This is how I can become who I want to become, and not why I have to trust my teammates, why the process needs to be followed. He's learning those lessons, and I guarantee this offseason he'll come back as a better player, and that talent will be able to flourish. We've all seen it. This kid is amazing when he's on point. When he's locked in, it's hard to stop him, regardless of what he does. But he'll learn that team aspect that you can't be a one-man show in the NFL like you could in college. I think that was his biggest hurdle he probably needs to overcome, is he's got all the talent in the world, hands down. There's no question about that. But when he starts taking advantage of all the talent around him, that will truly make him a great player.
I'm like Viz Joe. I'm gonna read your comment. He said Caleb has his faults, but we need to want him to succeed as fans and not hope he fails to do victory laps the way because you wanted Fields. Like I hear stuff like that, and it really, as a fan, like people don't understand. Like if you don't know an individual and know their background and know how long they've been rooting for a team, like dude, this all my gear is pretty much, I ain't gonna say all of it, but a large chunk of, I just say about 30% of my gear is Chicago Bears. It's not Justin Fields jerseys. It's not Caleb Williams jerseys. It's not the fact that I felt like they should have kept Justin Fields and build around him and get the haul, that I'm gonna automatically turn on and hope for Caleb not to have success because I want to be right about Justin. That's juvenile to me. Like if you know me, you know that's really juvenile. That's really virtue signaling at its finest. And I'm not like that. To get to know me is to know that I want this team to damn win because I bleed blue and orange. Whoever leads them to that win, I don't give a damn particularly, but just get it right. My virtues before we drafted Caleb Williams is I think we can do something with Justin Fields if you put pieces around him, whether it be the front line and get the weapons around him, whatever. But then this chance to get that haul was pretty much more important than anything that Ryan Post could have done, quarterback and all, in my opinion, because I know it takes a whole lot of pieces to get this thing right. And so when you hear me talking about it, just understand that I seen a bigger picture than just a quarterback versus a quarterback. It was about the pieces that you could have gotten, and we're not in the place that we are right now. That was my mindset. So judge me for that, cool. But I don't want to see no parts of Caleb Williams fail. I just think from the get-go, I thought that was a bad idea. And I think we're paying the price for it right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on this aspect, Nomad. I'd rather have all the pieces, regardless of who the quarterback is, so I have a quality product to put on the field to make the fans happy, and we could be about winning, not who is the best player on the team as far as who's behind center. That ain't got nothing to do with winning, because I was a big fan when Kyle Orton was a quarterback, and Kyle Orton was nowhere near the best quarterback we've had, but they had a team around him, and we won. And when he was a rookie, because they had a team built. And you could see when, look at Bo Nix. Bo Nix is having a great season because he got a whole team in front of him. Jaden Daniels, same thing. They went out and got rid of a lot of players. They got all them picks, and you see what they were able to do, not just in free agency, but through the draft. They built that team, so he wasn't lacking in profound areas that needed him for him to have. And that's where it didn't matter if Justin was still here or not. No matter who was playing quarterback, if you didn't get a line, you didn't get any weapons, they weren't going to succeed anyway. So it doesn't matter who's behind center. It matters how well the team is built for winning going forward. And I hope that's what sinks into Ryan Poles' mind and the coach this offseason. We need to build the team as a whole. Now that you have Caleb, do that. Don't sacrifice money. Don't trade away draft picks for this or that. You build the team. And that way, this kid's going to be here regardless, so you're going to have an option to win consistently with the entire team.
Texas just got a pick on Ohio State. Nice play by 33. I forget his name. He's a stud player too. But that's this whole. I just wish people learn how to respect people for the way they see the thing. Let me see. Nomad Vizzo Joe says, and I'm putting up Vizzo Joe because he's giving me criticism, and I expect it, and I respect it. You know, his criticism isn't unfair. He's just speaking his mind, and he's allowing me to speak my mind back. And the fact that you haven't run off and saying, you know, I don't want to watch this podcast because they're not saying what I want to hear. So he's asking me legit questions, and I'm gonna answer them with respect. Nomad, what do you think Poles should have been let go this year? No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Is because I believe every GM should have at least 2 head coaches, a chance for 2 head coaches. So his first virtue was Matt Eberflus for whatever reasons they were. It's a whole bunch of reasons why I think he picked Matt Eberflus, and I understood it. You know, that didn't work out so well, you know, and some things happened, you know, during the season that, you know, is not Ryan Poles, but Matt Eberflus's fault. Matter of fact, the breakdown of the entire season, Vizzo Joe, I don't think that we're even in this kind of conversation, you know, this testy conversation. Had that situation when we were at 4-6, nobody was complaining about no Ryan Poles. Nobody was complaining about no Matt Eberflus. In fact, there were people saying that maybe we did get the right coach. Nobody was really doing a whole lot of complaining about Caleb Williams for that matter. But when it all hit the fan when the quarterback ran into the rookie wall, and that decision that was made to discipline Tyreek Stevenson instead of going into his team leaders, the captains, and determining what to do with Tyreek Stevenson beyond that. I think that's where everything went. I think Poles deserves another chance to get this right, get another head coach, and take a new track. But I do believe that 100%, depending on how successful Caleb is this year, will determine if Ryan Poles even makes it through the season. If Caleb Williams comes out with this new offense and he runs into that wall of, you know, the curve that you need to get over with a new offense, if it gets so bad that it's like 4, 5, 6 games in a row that we lose, Ryan Poles won't make it through the season next year. But I do 100% believe that he deserves a right to get this right the second time around. Everybody deserves a second chance.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't fire Poles based on what transpired here. And a lot of was looking in the chat, Poles' vision was that I'm going to get some quality linemen in here, good depth pieces, quality starter, and he didn't expect so much turnover on the offensive line, because that's what really killed us. The offensive line play was inconsistent. And for a rookie quarterback, you had to have a consistency up front in front of him. So that helped determine some of the bad decisions that he ultimately made during games, not trusting his line, not trusting the people he was throwing to, because he was so worried about getting sacked, just like how Justin got shell-shocked, you know, early on in his career, that he was looking, you know, for the defenders, not his playmakers, and not reading the plays downfield or even taking the plays that were available to him, because that's what he was focused on. And so I think that is what derailed Poles' vision, and that's the reason why I would give him a second chance. Now, did he build the team outside in? Yes. That is his fault, 100%. He thought he could do it through free agency with quality veteran players, and it didn't work. So now he's going to have to do it the other way and build through the draft and get the quality veteran player that he needs on the offensive or defensive line that is a proven commodity, so we don't have these issues going forward. He can't cheap out. He can't be like, oh, well, I'm not going to spend an extra $2 million a year because it's not in the budget. No, everything is in the budget. Just like every player on the team is expendable. You know, you can't just say, I got this part right, so I'm going to leave that there. You can always make the team better, and I think that is probably where he went wrong or didn't excel in, is making the team better consistently with the right personnel based on the coaching staff that he had. And the coaching staff, unfortunately, made a lot of mistakes. And, you know, it didn't get better. And because the way the team was coached, the players did quit on him. Now, is that Brian Poles' fault that the players quit? No.
But look at what Viz Joe is saying. He said my biggest issue is with Poles not addressing the trenches with urgency instead of projects. And last year was his opportunity to really dial that in. You couldn't have set up a better scenario for him to really dial that in. And if that sounds like sour grapes, Vizzo Joe, I understand what that might sound like to you. It's really not. It was just what I thought in the offseason was more important than anything was to make sure you got it right in the trenches with the opportunities that you have. He was rolling. He had just came off that big trade with Carolina. He picked up Montez Sweat. I mean, everything was really, really rolling. They was playing some really good football late in that season. Really good football. You know what I mean? Just it was perfect. It was perfectly set up for him to really dial it in and drill this draft with a whole bunch of blue chip offensive linemen. To me, in my opinion, Vizzo Joe, whether people think, I prefer Justin Fields or Caleb, it really didn't have anything to do with those two players. It was about what you could have done with the assets you could have attained. And we would be a lot further along than we are right now. Now we're sitting here sounding like it's all sour grapes. But that's just what I thought, as a football guy, to me, it seems like the only thing that you should do was to make sure you got it right in the trenches with all these assets you had in front of you.
Hey, Nomad, I think Jay Sanders makes a great point that whoever you bring in this time, especially for OC, they need to bring in all their own people. So if things go sour, that's 100% on the coach or whatever, not you mixing and matching. Now, only coach I'd probably say I would keep if you're going to go in a different direction is I keep John Hogue, because I don't see a whole lot of DB coaches with that experience and has made significant upgrades to the play of those players since he's been here. I don't see, there's no other position group on the team that I could see, even no matter who you get as defensive coordinator. Everybody else should be able to pick their own people. So they're all in lockstep. And I don't think it was ever lockstep from OC to line, O-line coach, tight ends coach. They were all mix and match pieces.
Let me answer Jay Sanders' question. He said, so Jay Sanders asked me, I think he's so why would you keep Poles then, Nomad? Because everybody gets a chance to. I think everybody in a job like that, I think you can have a mindset on how you want to go about something. And whether that mindset is the right one or the wrong one will be determined on what happens. And so we know that was the wrong mindset, the way he went about structuring his team. That was the wrong mindset. We see that in hindsight now. What would he do to change that? I think Ryan Poles is a talented guy. I think he's a talented guy, and he's in that role for a reason. There's something about him when I listen to him talk that I know he knows what to do. I know that he knows what to do. It's just you got to make sure you check all the boxes this time and don't try to outsmart everybody. You know what I mean? Don't get cute with this. When you see a blue chip piece, get the dog. Nick, why you yawning?
All right.
Why you
yapping back there, Nick?
I'm getting a food coma.
All right. Well,
okay.
Put yourself on mute. You have to do that. But
my bad.
I think he deserves every opportunity to get it right. What he does with it is totally up to him. But get it right. And I want to see him get it right. We got a game going on now, though.
Oh, yeah. Way to shut him down.
Texas coming to play now.
Well, I never thought Ohio State was going to run over Texas. I never thought that, where people were just like, oh, they're going to dominate them. No.
So
I never thought that was going to be the case. I thought Ohio State had a more complete team, though.
Slick sophistication is diametrically opposed to what I just said. He says, no man, I agree that you don't get to – no man, I disagree that you don't get to mess up two quarterbacks. 68 sacks is bullshit. You and me can do that. You can't blame all that shit on Poles, man.
Right. Damn.
I hear you
Uh,
though. That's funny.
Shoot, Ryan Pace got to mess up 2 quarterbacks. Why can't Ryan Poles?
Oh, man.
right.
Yeah.
He started with Jay Cutler.
True.
They had a team. So, and he screwed up the team by trying to go out and I think he was moving too fast. I think Ryan Poles should have not traded like this past draft. He traded way too much draft capital to improve the team as well. I think that was another faux pas, if you will, in his philosophy that you don't trade your 4th and 5th, because we could have used those picks to bolster the line. You know what I'm saying? You could have used those picks for whatever reason to make the team better, and we wouldn't, even with just depth, we don't have it. You could have another defensive tackle. You could have had a lot of other pieces that would have made this season more productive from a player personnel standpoint than what we got to see on display.
Oh, I know this. This is something I've been wanting to say all night, but I see a familiar pattern with the reporters and like the major, like the beat reporters and the major ones I'm talking about, the ones that are on podcasts and people that are doing podcasts every time you turn around, they're making the rounds. And it's starting to look like exactly what it looked like before they drafted Caleb Williams is, you can't miss. You got to go draft. You need to do this. These people don't know what they're doing. They're incompetent, all that kind of stuff. And people start to listen to that. Like these, just because they have large followings or they're more recognizable or they're a person that's a household name, that doesn't really necessarily mean you should be really giving 100% credence to that. Tell you what it's starting to, I'll give you an example. Before we drafted Caleb Williams, it was like, you got to draft this guy. You can't miss on 2 quarterbacks, first round in a row. You can't do that. He's got to draft Caleb Williams or he's screwed this up. And ignoring everything we just got through talking about how many needs we have on the team. People ran off with that. I mean, they took off running 110 miles an hour with that. The same thing is going on, same trajectory. The Bears don't know what they're doing. They need to do this. They need to do that. And you know who's their epitome right now? Ben Johnson. No, Ben Johnson is the epitome of everything they got to say right now. You can't go through this offseason and not get Ben Johnson. You can't come out of this cycle without getting Ben Johnson. Like he's the goddamn magic bullet to everything that's wrong with this team. We're going down the same damn path. And everybody's like, yeah, get Ben Johnson. Understand what the hell you asking for. Understand what the hell you asking for and what you're passing up just to get to a guy that you think is going to magically fix Caleb Williams. And it's like the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Well, here's the problem with these fools on TV and on the internet that I see. Ain't none of them ever been a GM. Ain't none of them been a coach. Ain't none been a front office person of any shape, form, or fashion. Most of them ain't never played a sport. All they're going by is what they think based on what some expert tells them from some player's point of view. You know what I mean? And that's what they're going with. And I think because so-and-so is the hot name or so-and-so is the hot prospect, that this has to be the narrative for a team. And if you don't do this, we are going to shame you and talk about you so bad because that's what we want to happen, not what you need to do to make your team better.
You know what it reminds me? You know what it reminds me of, FFG? This guy right here. Every single year, this guy gets in front of a camera and tells every team in the league, this is your virtue. Because I said so. These are the best players in the country, and they should be drafted here. And every single body, I mean, you just see people just taking off and running with it. Mel Kiper said he has him at this spot. I don't give a damn what Mel Kiper says.
Me neither. You know why?
Who are you talking to?
Mel Kiper, he's just a stat dude. That's all he is a stat guy, and all he's ever done was follow the draft and say, okay, based on this particular team need, this is more than likely who they should get. Well, hell, I could do that for every team.
They get this guy gets paid millions of dollars to sit and tell every team and every fan that watches these teams what your virtues should be. Tell me how he got so really good at messing up every single season about how good a player is going to, this generational. I think all that starts with him. All that shit starts with him. And people just eat that shit up every single year. And I just wish, and my hope to you guys is people stop giving these people so much attention. Good Lord, please stop. They just people that get paid a whole bunch of money to give you your virtues. That's it. So I just had to put that out there because it's irritating. Listen to that shit every single goddamn year, man.
Oh, him and what's the other dude that does the same thing? The little short blonde dude. They both do the same thing. They be battling on TV about who should be drafted.
I quit watching that shit so long ago. I forget that little dude.
Here's the problem with the media today. They push the narrative on what they think should happen, and the only people I even consider listening to is somebody who actually played the game that can or been in a capacity where they're in a front office, where they've actually had to, dissect a team and say, okay, here's what it is. Like, I listen to Rex Ryan in the morning because I know he knows what the hell he's talking about. Because he's ran a team, he's been successful, and he's also had teams that was terrible.
There it is, Todd McShay.
Yeah, Todd McShay. Yeah, pump behind. But this is a bunch of people telling you what you need to believe, what you need to, what needs to happen for a team in whatever capacity, that has no clue. Only they see a glaring need. And what I've noticed lately, even like NFL Network, or not NFL Network, but NFL Countdown or NFL Live, they got countless reporters talking about, you got to do this because I don't trust the Bears and da, 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 da. All you've been doing is talking about what other people have been doing your whole life. What makes you an expert? What makes you know anything about anything when it comes to football other than you watching like me and you that are people who have never played the game? You know what I'm saying? Just because you didn't talk to a bunch of coaches, you've been a sideline reporter, that makes you an expert? That makes you a GM qualified? I mean, come on, man. Yeah, this is a bunch of bull to me. To me, that's what that is.
Vizzo Jones has asked one of the better questions of the night, and not because he's asking me, I'll give you a chance to speak to that too, but just be short about it, FFG. He said, Nomad, who's your top 3 head coaching candidates? I assume he's talking about Chicago. I'll go Ben Johnson, 2, Aaron Glenn, 3, Todd Monken, assuming Vrabel goes to the Pats. I'm going to blow you away with what I got to say. Because in the right world, I believe you keep Thomas Brown and let him build his staff, and you see, because I do like the impact that he had on Caleb Williams, him challenging him. You could see that him challenging Caleb Williams didn't sit well with Caleb. But at the end, I think Caleb, like the dynamic between those two, I start to really feel something. You know what I mean? I listened to them describe each other and how they, how they were gelling together. I listened to those two, whether it was Thomas Brown's presser or Caleb Williams' presser. But I love there was a connectivity there that came out of a bunch of confrontation, if that makes sense to you, Vizzo Joe. The confrontation part of it, I think, is going to make them closer and closer and get them where they need to be. That might sound like the most ridiculous thing to you, because there are other coaches out there that have better resumes, that have head coaching experiences, that been offensive coordinators successfully, defensive coordinators successfully in different places. And so naturally, your average person would be like, you know what, no, man, you're talking crazy, man. That dude has no experience. But before there was a Mike Tomlin was on somebody's staff and you didn't know about it. Before there was a John Harbaugh, he was on somebody's staff and you didn't know about it. Andy Reid was on somebody's damn staff and you didn't know about it. Every really good coach was on somebody's staff and you didn't know about it. You can give him as much credibility as you want to give him, but I'm telling you, that's my number one. If we can't keep him, Mike Tomlin's number 2, Rex Ryan's number 3. Go ahead.
Me personally, or you want to go, Nick?
No, you can go ahead.
Me personally, if this will happen, I'm taking Mike Tomlin number 1. Just because I know what he can do, and I know what he has to face coming to Chicago, because you need somebody tough-minded. Number 2, I'd probably have to say Shanahan. If we're looking to have a quality running team, plays great defense, and he might be my number 1 if possible. But he's not available. But I'm going back and forth between them, because Shanahan would have the offense humming. We would have a great offensive line, and we'd play great defense. He builds teams. And then number 3 would be Rex Ryan, because no offense to what we've done, and it was a stat I heard, we've hired one head coach in the last 100 years that was an assistant first. And we got one whole Super Bowl out of that. One. So I'd rather have somebody who's been there and done that, knows how to build a team, knows the modern era of football, because they're currently in it, whether they're commentating, watching and breaking it down every day, or coaching a team. But if I get Shanahan number 1, everybody else can go sit down. Because I know my offense will be something you can't stop, and it's going to be multi-layered, where it's going to really be tough to stop us. And we will have a running game that's vicious, and we will punish people. And the defense is going to be the same way. And that's how you beat teams up front, because there's very few physical football teams right now that you can say they're playing in the National Football League. I say there's about 5 good ones. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, the Niners, and then whoever else you want to group in behind them as far as super physical football teams. Because when you play them, you getting beat up.
There's a couple of guys out there that have, by way of their parents, they have some kind of pedigree that you can say, okay, I could have seen this coming. And those are the Shanahans of the world and your Callahans of the world. I'm talking about Bill Callahan and Mike Shanahan and their tree. The Walsh tree. And there's guys that come off of those trees that have a certain pedigree where you can kind of see them coming. You'll know what staff they're on, what team they're on, and you can be like, okay, he's learned from Bill Walsh, or he's learned from Bill Callahan, or he's learned from Mike Shanahan, and they understand that philosophy, and that works in the NFL. And so there's those pedigree guys that you can see coming from a mile away. It's like, I think this guy's going to be good, Clint Kubiak or whoever, because his last name is Kubiak. Gary Kubiak, one of the most effective offensive coordinators in NFL history, because it was predicated off of running the ball, wide zone, play action, booting, and winning Super Bowls. There's people like that, and you can kind of gauge what trajectory they might have. But then there's guys like the people I just mentioned, like your Andy Reids of the world, and your Thomas Browns, your Mike Tomlins, your Tony Dungy's of the world. All these people that came along and were really good at what they did, but somebody gave them a chance to shine. And so if I had to put on for any guy out here, I'm putting on for Thomas Brown. I think he's got the chops. I think he's got everything you want in a coach. I think he just needs an opportunity to show it. And so before anybody gave those guys opportunities to show it, they were Thomas Brown. Every last one of those guys I just said, Mike Tomlin included, were Thomas Brown, looking for that opportunity. That 5-game audition I just heard Vizzo Joe say, given the circumstances, really, you really want to hang that over his head, Vizzo Joe, if you want to be fair. If we're being honest, you really want to do that, Vizzo Joe? Is that even fair? In your mind, is that even fair? You know, he only won a game in 5 games. Man, that's easy to do. That's like low-hanging fruit, but I don't think that's fair.
Okay. Well, you can look at it this way. Who did he play in them 5 games? Name the bad team that he played in them 5 games. Because the 2 teams that they did lose to, they played well. Well, one of them. But Seattle, not a bad team. They just barely missed the playoffs. And the Niners was broke up. And when we went out there, they physicaled us to death and beat the ever-living snot out of us because they were a better, more physical, complete team than we were. And then we ran into the division and won 1 game against the best team in the conference, second best team in the conference, and the 7th best team in the conference. And don't nobody want to play the NFC North right now. So if that's who that'd be different if he was playing Carolina and them bums that we was playing earlier and lost all them games. I could understand that. But you can't name one coach is going to win all them games or have a winning record against them 5 teams in a row. I'm just be honest with yourself about that. And all them teams is fighting for something. We wasn't.
I just want to see, like, when I see something in somebody, like, I really, really, I don't ignore my instincts. It's like, you know, your average person would, you know, he thinks something, feels something, and will naturally turn to other people to get validation and see if other people are thinking the way he's thinking or she's thinking. Like me, I used to be that way earlier in my life, man, when I was immature. My maturity and wisdom shows me that instinctively they've always told me what I need to be thinking and feeling and doing. And with this guy, I don't care what anybody says. This guy's got the chops to do this thing. And somebody's going to give him that opportunity. I don't know if it's going to be Chicago. I would love for it to be Chicago, but the truth is this dude's going to be a stud coach in the NFL. And one of these days, this conversation is going to be run through the media again, like we had Thomas Brown in the building. And what did we do with it? And so he's being a football player, FFG, being a football player, it's like I know what it feels like to have a stud coach in front of you that has a voice that really, really commands your attention. And wherever he wants to go and he wants to take you with him, you're willing to go along for the ride and do whatever it takes to help him get to there because he's part of you. He's one of you. You know what I mean? It's like his youth and the fact that he hasn't been long from being on the field, it's like he can still relate to that. And so he knows exactly what it feels like to be a player. He's not that far removed from the game. So it's value in that. You know what I mean? So it's just a bunch of reasons, little indicators I see in Thomas Brown, and I can just picture him in front of me in an auditorium with all the players in there, and he's giving the team the direction for the year, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. That I can see that guy, literally can visualize him there doing it, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's go do this as a player. I can see it. If I can't see it, then I'm not going to sit there and co-sign for it. Like Ben Johnson, I don't see that guy as a leader of men. I think he's a really good offensive coordinator. But as a leader of men and what we need in Chicago, nah. I'm just being honest with you. I can't look at that guy and honestly tell you if he was standing in front of me telling me what we were going to do, I'm believing that shit. I just don't.
Yeah, what I look at is you need a strong voice. Not just in the locker room, but you need a strong voice when it comes to the media. Because that is one of the worst diversions in Chicago for any head coach right now. So you got to be twofold strong-willed and strong-minded to be able to handle both of those two things simultaneously and still get the message across and still show teams how to win. You know what I mean? And I think that is the biggest obstacle of any head coach coming into Chicago is going to be, can you handle the media and can you handle the locker room?
And
Johnson,
let me speak to Scrolls right quick. Scrolls says he tried to get me in a trick bag, but I got something for you, Scrolls. He says, Nomad, can you see Thomas Brown out coaching and Andy Reid in a big game? Not right now. I'll be honest with you. The easy answer is no. He'll be a rookie head coach. And he's gonna, just like Andy Reid. Andy Reid didn't become Andy Reid overnight either, right? And so what you're saying to me is, I think somebody else said it. Bear Me said, Nomad wants to experiment at head coach. It's like, dude, every single year there's experiment at head coach. Like really successful coaches have gone other places and bombed out. There's a history and a track record that says, really successful coaches have gone to other organizations and bombed the F out. But to your point, Scrolls, yeah, in a big game, it's going to take Thomas Brown, I would imagine, would need to lean on everybody around him to make sure he got the right call to outcoach Andy Reid in a big game. Yes. And so,
it's not just that, though, man. So can Andy Reid's a better coach today? Yes. But does Andy Reid have a much better team today? Yes. So is it really out-coaching, or do you have the weapons and the personnel to easily outcoach another coach? Because nobody says that about the dude at Buffalo. McDermott only been a coach for 2 or 3 years, right? 4 or 5 years. Has he outcoached Andy Reid? Has the dude in Cincinnati outcoached Andy Reid? And they didn't got their butt kicked? Yes. So it ain't about just coaching. It's about your personnel too, and how do you utilize them. So yes, if we're looking at top to bottom coaches, yeah, Andy Reid is probably the 1 or 2 or 3 best coaches in the league. Does it also depend on personnel? Yeah.
I'm glad this show. Go ahead, FFG. I apologize.
Oh, no. But I'm just saying, Shanahan was out coaching Andy Reid, but Andy Reid's personnel and defense, which he don't coach, outplayed Shanahan's offense. That wasn't Andy Reid. That was the defensive coordinator that did that. So if you want to look at a complete team, it's not Andy Reid out coaching nobody. That's it. He's got quality people around him and quality players to benefit him as a head coach. So those are things that coaching does not provide, because if you only coach on one side of the ball, you got to hope that the other side of the ball is being coached as well, because you ain't coaching that. Just like we was talking all that smack about Eberflus, because he didn't coach the offensive side of the ball, and that's why the offensive side of the ball didn't produce, because he didn't coach that side of the ball. But when he was coaching defense, especially last year, we was tearing people up. That side of the ball was doing their job. It was the person he put in charge, and the other side of the ball that was underperforming and underwhelming day in and day out is the reason why we were losing. It wasn't the defense.
What I would say in response to it all is I would just answer Vizzo Joe's original question, or I think it was Scrolls. He was just like, can you see him out coaching Andy Reid? In a nutshell, I think everybody wants to ask this question: Is Thomas Brown acceptable to the fan base? Like if they landed on Thomas Brown, would the fan base, would the media accept it? Nope. They would be heads out for polls. They would be heads out for polls. So the likelihood of it happening is less than I don't know, whatever that percentage is. But I hope polls isn't thinking like that, like he's listening to the media and the fan base as to who's the right guy to take this job. Because if he thinks that way, then he's already going to lose. He's already going to lose. You can't listen to the fan base. You can't listen to the people in the media and people with podcasts. If somebody's making sense, they make sense. But just because everybody is going one direction and thinks that this is what Chicago should do doesn't mean this is what Chicago should do. Just because everybody's saying it doesn't make it so. It's the proof is in the pudding. Like I said, no coach that I've ever heard of other than a Shanahan, a Callahan child, or any of those guys, the Walsh people, any of those people from those trees. Those people have a certain pedigree. Anybody outside of that is a maybe. Anybody outside of those guys are a maybe. Jimmy Johnson doesn't have any kids that I know of, and so he doesn't have it. You know what I mean? You know, this is what you have to take a chance. You have to use your instincts and intuition to know if this guy's the right guy for the moment. And I think, given the opportunity, like there's several coaches, Thomas Brown being one of them, can rise to the moment.
What did I just see on here? Oh yeah, Mr. Mayhem, you damn right. Ryan Poles will be praised if Ben Johnson is the head coach. And by the end of the season, the Bears are 6-11. What would they say about Ben Johnson?
They're gonna be after his head.
Right. So if the team doesn't improve, it's about, at this point, it's about personnel. It ain't about how well you can design a play on the whiteboard. That X's and O's all day long. But can you be a leader of men? And have you ever even tried to do that? You know, because he gets to be in his little box way up in the sky, you know, the top of Ford Field, and he don't even really interact with the players during the game. So his connection to the team that he would have to run, he'd have to be down on the field. He'd have to be omnipresent, and they'd have to be able to feel his vision and his voice. And so those are the kind of people that you need as a head coach, not because they're great play callers or they have a great defense of mind. You need to have all the pieces to be a head coach. And if you notice, a lot of the newer head coaches, all these great OCs and DCs who've been head coaches, have floundered and flopped a lot of the time because they only emphasize one part of the ball, not being a complete coach. They're just good at what they do. And that's great. But if you have to be able to organize everybody on the team, special teams included, it's got to be a priority to you to have the team function as one, not just your section. Because if you do that, then you're never going. Yeah, because they got a great offensive line, Cliff. They got a great offensive line, and their defense plays well because of Aaron Glenn on the other side getting the ball all the time. So that's why they're such a good – they could put up 33 points a game on people because they constantly getting the ball back. Constantly. Just imagine if they was in a shootout every week. They wouldn't be scoring 33 points a game.
Here's another thing that I want to mention. There's a now if you're not from around here in the area, then you can only get a certain sense of what I'm about to say. I'm not saying that the people that don't live in the Chicago area don't know what I'm talking about. You can be from you can watch the Bears from a distance and, you know, check everything out from a distance and get a sense of what I'm about to say. No question about it. But when you hear, and over the years, you just know Chicago has a mentality, and it's a style. You know, there's a certain personality about this. This place has a personality, man, and that coach needs to fit it. You know, that is aggressive and play rough, tough football. You know what I mean? And what comes with that? Tough ass defense, really strong running game, that kind of thing. Those two things need to be a part of that. And so when you hear a coach like a Rex Ryan or somebody like that say the words that, I could be the coach in Chicago because I know the city, right? Because you got to understand what it is. You know, it's a lot of people out here that you know that are from around here that really feel counterclockwise to what I'm saying. It's like, I'm tired of defense. I'm tired of running the ball. I want to see some offense. I want to see, you know, explosive offense scoring 30, 40 points a game. There's a lot of people that feel like that because they've seen that kind of football for years, and I understand them. At the same time, there's no getting away from who you are. Just like Philly, just like a Pittsburgh. This is who we are as organizations. It's a tough city. So is Philly and Pittsburgh. Tough cities, man. And what do we like? We like tough football. And we gravitate towards that. That stadium goes crazy like no other place in the world when there's a big major hit. Like when somebody tees off on somebody, that place gets electric. I've been in there when it happened. And so when you're there and you experience that kind of thing and you know what it is, it's like it's hard to describe to somebody else that doesn't see it the way we see it. You know what I mean? So we need a coach that can represent that kind of mindset right here, right now.
Oh, that is. I'm sorry, Nomad. Please finish. I'm so sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No. I was looking at the game.
That's what AC Adams just said. Gladiator vibes. That's what we want. We want gladiator football. And so the coach, any coach that comes in here has to understand that first. And so to understand the spirit of Chicago and Chicago football is to understand that. I made that shirt and sweatshirt design, football Chicago style, for that very reason. It's so that people are reminded all the time who we are and what kind of football we want in Chicago. Football Chicago style has a personality. And I just got through describing it for you.
No, you're absolutely right. Chicago, like Pittsburgh and Philly, we are blue collar, nose to the grindstone kind of towns. So we like our football like that. We tough and gritty kind of places. So we ain't California. We ain't finesse and all that styling and all that. You know, it's great to have that ability, but that don't work when it's cold outside. You got to be tough nose because all them places are cold. You got to be able to punch people in the mouth. And lately, we ain't been punching nobody in the mouth. We've been getting hit. You know what I'm saying? You go into a fight, you don't wait till somebody swing on you first. If you decide to fight, you better throw them hands. You know what I mean? And Chicago was bullies on the block. We throw hands as soon as you stepped in the street. Ba, ba, ba. Now we step in the street, get touched up a little bit, and then we try to fight back and hope we can outlast somebody. That's not how we used to fight. We used to, as soon as you step in the street, it's on.
It's the football it's football the way we like it. And no matter how, you can't run away from that. You can't run away from that, man. Straight up. It's just no getting away from that. We can try to gloss it up and pretty it up as much as we want to, but there's no getting away from who we are as fans and what kind of football we like and what kind of football Chicago is really good at playing. And we are really, really good at playing. When we playing that kind of football on both sides of the ball, Chicago is a really good football team, and we haven't been that for a minute.
Plus, we've been predicated what we have always been good at on both sides of the ball, and we've always been bullies on the line. We've always had a great defensive line and a pretty good offensive line when we were at our best. That way, everything else got to shine. You know, all of our skill positions got to be able to shine. So corners, safeties, running backs, receivers, they all had a chance to look good out there because we were able to control the line of scrimmage. Now we don't control the line of scrimmage like we used to. So no matter how much, like Nick was saying, all those little shiny pieces of gold and silver and the turds, they don't really look all that great because you got shit up front. When you had studs up front, you'd have diamonds out there looking, the way they were shining. So that's where we need to get back to. And that's only if we actually get a coach with some cojones and we go out and we get some just nastiness. That's one thing we're lacking on this Bears team. And I can tell you that I see week in and week out, ain't no nasty. You can't just have Tevin Jenkins or Donnell Wright every now and then. FFG. I need nasty everywhere. FFG.
When that hit that Kevin Byard put on Malik Willis happened, I wasn't in the stadium. In fact, when we was doing a live watch of the show, I really wish I had my TV turned up. Like that's the only time I regret being a podcaster is watching the game and seeing that live, getting that live feel of what happened in the stadium when that hit happened. But I bet you that thing turned up to 1,000. I bet it did. I bet it did. They've been waiting all year for a hit like that because that's how we think around here. We go to the game to see a hit like that. You know what I mean? So when you're talking about a team that's delivering shots like that, the whole entire game, you talking about a happy fan base, man. They ain't gonna be happy until they start seeing that more on a regular basis. It's just. I'm telling you, I know what that must have felt like being inside that place, man. I know that thing went to past 10 on the Richter scale, man.
Hey, I wanna reply to Scrolls. He said we chasing 85 instead of looking at 2020, 23, and 24. Guess what? Them teams had top 5 defenses every single time they won the Super Bowl. They wasn't outscored, they wasn't putting up 40. They were shutting people down.
I'll tell you this, Scrolls. The team that wins the Super Bowl this year, and you're talking about chasing 85, just to show you there's certain things about football that doesn't change. Having a nasty, well-established defense, that part of football ain't never going to change, and it will win you championships if you have a sufficient offense at least. The team that plays the nastiest defense and really dominates that side of the ball and can run the ball at the same time, guarantee you that team is going to win the championship this year. And so those two parts of football, I don't give a damn how colorful you want to see football in your eyes, but I promise you, those two parts of football ain't going to never change, from dude, never, ever. And so whoever has those two things going for them at the same time is going to win the Super Bowl, whatever team it is.
Hey, Nomad, do you mind if I take a quick poll?
You mind if I take a quick water break? Because I got to pay the water.
No, I'm gonna ask the chat something. All right. This is me growing up too. How many people in this chat right now were alive and they actually watched the 86 Super Bowl in New Orleans and actually got to see the Bears? Because that's the gold standard for everybody, not just our team. But how many people actually were alive and got to watch that and know what they're talking about when they could talk about the 46D or how Buddy Ryan was a genius and how Mike Ditka was the Iron Fist? I just give me thumbs up or thumbs down if you was alive or actually got to see it. I want to know. I'm just curious. Because I was alive and it was one of the greatest days of my life as a Bears fan to be able to see that. Okay. I'm just checking, guys. You know, I just want to know how many people know what the history, what we're chasing or what everybody's chasing, to be able to understand what that's like. Or that's like saying, like I see all these videos today where they comparing LeBron to be the greatest, but these cats ain't never seen Jordan play. You know what I mean? So I kind of want to know how people feel based on what they know and what they've actually experienced to be able to give a quality opinion about, because the game has changed a lot since then. Don't get me wrong. That defense probably still will be dominant today, but you have to have the right players for it. But nobody can recreate it because it was havoc, and those people didn't care about themselves or their body. They was going out and they was killing people. Excuse my language. They were extremely violent, and they tried to hurt people. Like somebody said earlier in the chat, they was trying to hurt you. They was real. It was not. The Bears used to put people out of games where they being a third string quarterback by the third quarter, because they was trying to punish the other team. And you don't see that today. Today, people don't got that mean streak. They're not nasty. They're not trying to make sure you don't ever want to play us again. That's the difference between what we have today and what you see back in the day, where people, now the rules have changed, don't get me wrong, but it was still they was trying to devastate you mentally and physically. And you don't see that mindset being put forth at all in today's game. People trying to out finesse you or out scheme you and all that instead of just hitting you in the face, punching you in the mouth. All right. They wanted to punish you. That's exactly what it was. They wanted to punish you. Didn't matter whether it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter. They was coming. And every quarterback knew they was shaking in their boots back there, looking around. They wasn't thinking about the play. When last time you seen a quarterback even not look relaxed back there, just getting the ball like hike? Oh yeah, they run the zone. Okay, I got this. Boom. You know, post corner is gonna be there. Oh, right in the middle of the field. He finna come up and boom. I'm already throwing it there because I know that's where the hole is. When last time you seen dudes doing this when they drop back? You don't see that at all no more. Even under center shotgun, no matter what.
I don't know. I'm
Even
back.
when we got the Super Bowl in 2006. People were scared to play the Bears defense because we was coming.
I'm back.
Seriously.
I'm back. I don't know what we was talking about. I just came in when Joseph said that he just found out. Joseph, I was you. I would go back to the very beginning when the show is over and just check out the very beginning of the show because we led the show with the signing of Jordan McFadden. Trust me, you're gonna like what I had to say about that. And it's not like to me, it's not an average, we just signed a guy off the practice squad kind of way of thinking, how everybody is in the fan base. Oh, it's just somebody just sign a practice squad player who's just scraping the bottom of the barrel kind of mindset that everybody has that don't really understand, how much time some of us put into studying these guys. Like I studied this guy and watched his snaps while he was at Clemson. This dude is real. Jordan McFadden is real. And just go watch the beginning of that show and you will understand exactly what I just said, man. It's like that was a really good pickup. And it's going to bring something. It's going to bolster that offensive line room. So, yeah.
What we were going over is I was trying to tell him, because people were talking about the 85 Bears and stuff like that. A lot of people never got to see that.
Yeah, I've heard enough about that to make myself nauseated.
No, but the premise was people feared us on defense back in them days. Even 2006, people were afraid because we was trying to punish people. It didn't matter with first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, overtime.
Don't preach to the choir. They know that. They know that.
But that's the kind of atmosphere you want to recreate. It doesn't have to be the same style of play, but it's got to be that same mindset where people don't like right now. I can guarantee you, people see Pittsburgh or Baltimore in the schedule that they like, damn, that's going to be a physical game. They finna come through and
make sure your strap is right. Make sure you got the right helmet. Make sure you got the
pad. Right. They preparing for that game. They circle on the calendar. They don't circle Minnesota like that.
Yeah, that's the mindset, man. You finna get in for it. You finna be in for it today. Because they're gonna come at you for 4 quarters, nonstop, all with a boot, with a cement boot on the gas pedal. They coming.
All day. And that's one thing that you didn't see. And then on the other side of the ball, Walter was running folks over. So the offensive line, which we had 3 Hall of Fame dudes on the line, we was running cats over. So
we got to get out of
Walter. Boom. You got Willie Call. You got Gentry. Yes.
Number 18, the quarterback from Ohio State just got bit by the turf monster. Turf monster just jumped up. Got his ass. He was going for a touchdown, but he just got bit. If y'all still watching the game, I'm glad this turned into a Bears podcast where we just kicking in and talking about Chicago Bears, and we watching the game at the same time, but we're not doing the play-by-play because nobody asked us to. And so ain't in the business of trying to do something ain't nobody asking for. So we talking about Bears, but watching this game at the same time, and it's getting ready. It's getting tough. 9 minutes left in the 4th quarter, and Ohio State is threatening.
He's knocking on the door. Yeah, it's just I want that mindset to be back with the team. Where oh God, come on, you suck.
We're gonna let that go. We're gonna let that go, and that's everything that I've been talking about. FFG is that mindset is who we are. That's why we were successful because we had that mindset. Period. Right. We leave it there. We were good.
So that's what goes back to who everybody wants as a coach needs to have that mindset as well. We're going to dominate. We're not going to placate. And right now we've been placating on offense and defense to what the other team is doing instead of what we're doing, and they got to react to us. And that's what I see the biggest issues with the Bears are, is that aggressive mindset instead of a passive mindset.
Setting the tone no matter where you are, whether you're in Soldier Field or wherever you go, set a tone and know that you're playing the Chicago Bears and you're not playing just your average team on the roster. Got it? Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think TB has that mindset too. Hell yeah, AC Adam. Straight violence. You gotta play football in that way. If you're not, you're gonna lose. Or eventually the violent team is gonna take advantage of you.
Mr. Fact, I think the reason why people can say the quote unquote the Bears are soft today, because that's coaching, making the Bears soft instead of letting the dogs glow. You know, when you go in the backyard, you know, you don't put them on a chain, you let them go. Run.
You know what's soft to me? Going into the offseason thinking that Caleb is the only thing that we need to be thinking about in the offseason. That's soft ass shit to me. That's real soft. Like, man, you better get on out. OSU just scored. Quinshawn Judkins touchdown, but that's soft to me going into the offseason, being like that. Like we need to get Caleb Williams where he needs to be. If that's the only way we're thinking, we're a soft ass team. And if that's what ends up happening, I'm gonna call us a soft ass team publicly.
And they're back to the mindset and that's coaching, and that really is what the downfall was this season, where it wasn't we're going to dominate, we're going to impose our will on other people. We're gonna play around them.
Wait. You seeing what Vizzo is saying? Vizzo Joe saying someone just pranked Caleb and called him on FaceTime with the caller ID saying Ben Johnson, and Caleb answered it. He said it's all over X.
Dang. That's messed up.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go look. Hey Nick, you there? Pop in and let me know if you're there.
I'm checking for it right now as we speak.
Right.
I don't get on there.
I think we can show that. I think we can show what's on Twitter. We might be able to do that without getting in no trouble. We might have to show that.
That's just a shame. So that tells you where his mindset is. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's another thing that tells you where people's heads are at.
Flex Diggs, you want
now,
it?
Coach Coley,
Flex Diggs said, "There's a reason why old timers love Buckets. The team sucked, but the opponents knew that they were in for a battle. Like that, you can't. If you either have that as your personality, and that's the way the aura that is around your team, or you don't. Either you got that or you don't. And when we don't, we see the results. We've been dealing with all the results of that since Lovey was here. We've been dealing with the results because we don't have that mindset and that mentality. When we're successful, what does the team look like? Violent and aggressive, isn't it?
And we can run the ball. We never seen a Bears team successful where we didn't pass for 4,000 yards and can running back got 622 yards as the leading rusher on the team. That ain't never happened. Not once. Even when Eric Kramer had his historic season for the Bears, who was the running in 1994? Who was the running back? Still had over 1,000. I think it was Rashawn Salam or somebody. Still had over 1,000 yards running the ball. You know what I'm saying? And that's why Curtis Conway was starting receiver. Him and Marty Booker. You know, even when we had a great passing teams, even when Jay Cutler was out there challenging for the number one spot, when you had Alshon and you had Martellus Bennett, guess who was running the ball? Matt Forte. You know what I'm saying? So we've always had a running game. So what makes the Bears hard to stop is you have to stop the run first. Now the run is an afterthought. We got to stop the pass. What we got to do is shut down the quarterback. They don't run enough.
All right, FFG, slow down because this game done got real. Now Texas is charging down the field at 6 minutes left on the clock. 6 minutes left on the clock in the fourth quarter. 6 minutes left on the clock in the fourth quarter. And Texas is charging. They down 7 points. It's Ohio State 21-14 for anybody that can't see the graphic on the screen.
Yeah,
this is good. This is what you came here to watch.
Yeah, winning time. There it is. There it is. Get off. Ooh.
All right.
I like that. He got mad from earlier when he got corrected. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How was that? If they call this, man, I swear to God.
All right, slow up. Woo! and Texas just went bombs over Baghdad. You would just calmly just drop one in the number 2. Right in the hole in the zone. Perfect call. Perfect call. He knew it was there too. And Texas is knocking on the door. Texas is knocking right there at the door. Eat up some more clock if you're smart. Eat up some more clock. This game is good. Texas is not going down without a fight. And Quinn Ewers, I can look at the look in his eyes. He's very calm. Very calm and composed. And they're in the red zone of Ohio State's. I think they're inside the 20. ATF thinks man defense wins games. Okay. Ewers back to throw it. Dimed it into the running back. Number 26 and Ewers are killing it. Excuse my language. I shouldn't have said that, FFG. Okay.
Man, I'm disgusted. Did they actually call that?
I think you way behind me on your feed. That now Texas is right there at the 15. 14.
Yeah,
15.
so I am way behind. But no, I wonder if they called it unsportsmanlike conduct. Oh no, boy. Hell.
I don't know. Here we go. Let's see. Ooh, look out. Oh, it got to be a flag.
No, when the tight end caught the ball in that seam play, he threw him down.
I didn't even see that flag.
Okay, yeah, I'm caught up now. How much time is left on your TV?
4:04.
Yep. Okay, we had the same spot. Nah, but I just thought that was BS. How you can call offensive player for throwing a dude down while you inbounds?
That was a BS call on Ransom right there. I know that. That was a bull crap call.
Oh, but they was holding way before. It's you can call it ticky tack, but they had hands on him all the way through the route.
Should be another flag on that one. Yep. Number 24 just destroyed him. That dude's gonna probably be the best corner in the draft coming out next year. I don't think he's coming out this year.
Who is that? Who is that for Ohio State?
Wait a minute. That might not be the right guy. Let me see. No, that's a different dude. That dude I'm thinking about I think he's number 5. I think. Four minutes left on the clock. First and goal for Texas.
I know one thing. They scared to run the ball.
Good stop by Tyleik Williams and JTT. I'm surprised he's back in the game. I thought his ankle was done.
Oh, no. He's been back in the game since halftime.
Hey, they just great stop.
I told you the kid could play the run as a defensive end. And if he plays that 3-4 style, he's not only going to be able to stop the run, but because you already know he can rush the passer, but he's going to be killing that edge like that. You're not going to be able to run downhill on them.
Here we go.
So I really – go ahead.
Toss left. Ooh, good pursuit. Man, y'all got to come better than that. You can't run Lathan Ransom. Shit. Watch this dude take off in this hole.
That's just terrible.
That was just a bad play call, but I got a feeling
it was a bad play call.
I got a feeling that Sarkisian is setting them up for something.
But look, they could have ran inside. They had the hole they needed right to the left. That was a touchdown.
I think they were setting them up for something. Let's see what they do here.
So you got to go for a touchdown. If you take a field goal, you didn't bleed the clock away. Oh,
it should be another flag on that. Number 1 is the best deep best corner on the team. That's the guy I'm looking for. Number one, he's the best corner. He's gonna be a stud. Now we 4th and goal. That should have been a flag on that play.
Yeah, he grabbed his arm in the end zone. How you screw up 1st and goal from the 1 yard line? That's all I want to know. How you messed that up?
You might have to run this, Ewers. You want a touchdown. You might have to run it. And he didn't. He got hit by Jack Sawyer, and he's going back for 6. And he's going for 6. It's over. It is over. It is over. You got. I just said it. You might have to run the ball. I just said it. You might have to run the ball. It's over. Ohio State gonna win the championship.
Oh, I can't say that, bro.
Oh, they're gonna run right on through Notre Dame. This was the best. This is the best obstacle that was going to be in front of. They're going to run right through Notre Dame. Tell me. Right through.
Okay. We shall see.
I ain't got no picture of Steve Sarkisian and his wife. Oh.
What the hell?
Somebody should have gotten Ewers' head and said, "Hey man, if you don't see what you see, you need to see in the first 2 seconds. Run the ball, dude. Run it. And there was a hole right there, and so that's on Steve Sarkisian by not being the last person in his ear. Like, if you don't see matter of fact, if you don't see your first read, run the damn ball. It should be a hole right up the A gap or the B gap. Run the ball, get a touchdown." That should have been the last thing he heard.
But I look at this game as Ohio State wasn't high flying on offense. You know, they got one play at the end of the half. They scored a whole 7 points in the second half, and they got a defensive score to close out the game. So it wasn't like they dominated Texas in any shape. And Texas shot themselves in the foot a lot. And what they didn't do is run the ball effectively. They ran right up the middle. They didn't take advantage. They didn't run outside. They didn't get holes for the running backs. Because if you look at this game, there wasn't really a whole lot of running, period. It was a lot of passes. It was a lot of passing plays in this whole game. So what I see is Notre Dame plays well in the secondary. And if you don't or can't run, it's going to be a long day for you too on offense. And that's one thing Notre Dame excels at.
Well.
So, but now the only problem I see with them is Riley Leonard is not a great passer, which is going to be favored Ohio State tremendously because even though he has weapons, they don't call the plays.
Instead of going having a back and forth about it, let's bet something. You want to bet something? Because you're gonna tell me until you blue in the face that Notre Dame really has a chance. I'll be willing to bet you some money they don't.
Well, did they have a chance against Penn State?
I don't think Penn State is. I think they were equally matched. To be honest with you, when I see both of them play.
Really? Because before we started, you telling me how Penn State just physically dominated them the whole game.
They were dominating them in their front. They should have won that game. But I think they're evenly matched in that regard. I think they had a better passing game, better quarterback, and versus Penn State's better ground attack and being dominant up front. Yes. So in that way, they're evenly matched. I never said that anything you just said. I'm telling you, I think they were evenly matched.
Okay. So right now, would you consider Notre Dame in the same atmosphere as how they play like Michigan?
No.
So Michigan is that much better as a team.
I think Notre Dame is they should be glad they got this far. I'll just say that. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying comparative team wise and style of play.
I think there to me there's talent wise there are teams in the upper echelon And I think Notre Dame are beneath them. And the team that's going to be in the championship with them is one of the teams I think is at the very top of the echelon in talent. But the difference in Ohio State and these other teams is Ryan Day is pretty good, and those people around him are pretty good at putting it together. This, like, you got really, really talented teams like Tennessee and even your Floridas of the world were really, really talented, but they didn't put it all together. Ohio State puts it all together.
Right. So do you think Notre Dame coaching staff is quality? Do you think they can – it's going to be about game plan to me. I don't see this being a blowout unless they just running wild down the field, which they dominate.
Notre Dame fan first.
Oh, no. Well, I'm from Illinois, and that's all I got as a kid was every Saturday, all there was on TV was Notre Dame. So I became a fan as a kid.
Okay, well, you got to lead with that so people know where you're coming from. So they like, why are you struggling and fighting?
It's not just being a fan. I'm just saying style of play, I think, will match up a little bit better than people think. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Notre Dame going to win. I didn't say that once. I just said I don't think it's going to be a lopsided behind whooping like most people think. That Notre Dame was lucky to get there, and they weren't well coached, and they didn't play hard, and they don't do things well to stymie quality offenses and have a chance.
I think Notre Dame is a couple of trick plays and bells and whistles that they'll keep them somewhere near where they want to be or keep them competitive. But other than that, when it comes to play in, play out, down in, down out, I don't think they can deal with Ohio State. I think they're two different kinds of teams, man. I think they're going to get their nose busted.
Well, we shall find out on is it Monday, right? The game's on Monday, next Monday?
I don't know. Good question. I don't know.
I think it is next Monday. Just let me double check right here. Brackets. Do
me a favor, you guys. While he's trying to figure that out.
It's the 20th.
Okay. We'll get to that. First of all, hold on.
Wait,
let me
really?
put this up. Make sure you guys, if you have not, that's the wrong number. We're a little bit more than 1,903 subscribers. We got more than that. But please, I haven't had a chance to change the graphic. But please get the subscribe up. I know everybody that's in the show and chatting should be subscribed already. But if there's people watching the show and have not chatted and you want to help us out, man, please hit the subscribe button. We're trying to hurry up and get to 2,000, man, because we feel like we're better than a 1,900 subscriber podcast. I think we're way better than that. And I would love to see everybody show everybody else that. So please get the subscribes up. And Papa Bear says, thank you in advance. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. Hold on for a second. Oops.
Yeah, and the like button is what y'all need to focus on, because everybody enjoys these chats and has colorful things to say and makes poignant points and asks some really good questions. But I don't see the likes coming up because the interaction I see here is great every time I'm on this show. I'm just amazed at how people know their football and can reference things from all different angles of where the Bears are, where football is, the game we're even watching. It's just amazing to me. So get them likes up. Show YouTube that this is a channel that needs to be profiled, because we ain't like the rest of them busters out there that just report the news. We have an interactive show that shows everybody has an opinion and we value it. And a lot of these people, I don't think, value the opinion of the subscribers at all, or even the people that watch. So do us that favor, please.
What's unique about FFG is FFG was just like most people. He was on the other side of it, just being an observer of the podcast and supporting the channel, and being on this side of it while we're a work in progress, trying to get better as podcasters together and trying to, this was just real deal brotherhood stuff that's going on in trying to make sure we give you the best podcast that we can, trying to give you the best coverage that we can. As good and as sound and comprehensive as our podcasts are, we talk about all the stuff that people want to talk about. We're not, I think, to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to point at one particular podcast, 2, 3, or anybody in particular. I think there's a lot of nerdy people doing podcasts, and I think there's a lot of nerdy people that like them. You know what I mean? Because they relate to them. Sometimes it's the way it is, and no problem with that whatsoever. But truthfully, when you want to hear real football coverage and how and why, if anybody is in this show right now and has been watching us since the very beginning, or watching me since I was at the bar room and doing stuff over there, tell me where I missed. Tell me where we've missed over here at the Nomad Network. That's what I want to know. We are dialed in over here and proud to say it. Like, we hit strikes. I mean, we hit home runs. We hit home runs over here 24/7. And, we don't get the love that we deserve, but I don't do it for that. I do it to make sure, and I'm sure everybody feels the same way, that you come here and you feel engaged and you feel welcome and you feel like you just got a great football conversation about some people that know what the hell they're talking about. If you leave here knowing that, then we've done our job. All the likes and, views and subscribers, I'm just telling you guys this, and I've been telling you guys this for a long time. There are people that will juice those numbers. Most of the numbers that you see on these podcasts are juice numbers. Tube Boost is the app. Sorry, I got to bust your bubble. I got to bust your bubble.
Bots.
Oh, yeah. They got bots to do all that stuff. So whatever you're seeing ain't really what you think it is. And so what you see us getting, whether it's 30, 40, 50, 60 likes in the chat, those are raw numbers. However many views you see after the show, those are real raw numbers. It's not juice numbers. And so everybody running around gallivanting like they got bigger, better podcasts and talking shit about us. Understand what you're talking about, and I understand what you got going on and how you got it going on. So just know that. And so this game is over, man. I don't know what the hell we doing still watching it, but we're going to be ready to
Joseph is exactly 100% correct. Nomad and the crew seem to be far above average in understanding the greater game of football. And most of these people don't talk about football. They talk about who's being traded, who might be coming to the team, what so-and-so reported. That ain't understanding football. You a newscaster, basically, on your own platform. Not breaking down the game, not understanding how the game is played and where the shortcomings or the benefits that we can accentuate about a team. Most of these podcasts don't do that. And that's why the input that we get is off the chain banging.
You know why? I'm going to say this out loud. This is something that I deal with privately, and something that, me growing as a podcaster and trying to quarterback the network. And, at first I was really, I'm looking around at, okay, how should I be going about this? And I was breaking my neck to try to get to the next guest. The next, I need to get this person in here, that person in here. And that's all cool. And we'll still continue to do that, but that's not my focus anymore. My focus is to get really dialed in on the kind of content that I'm making sure that comes out of this network and that we're putting out to you. Making sure we're dialed in on the information that you all want to know. Like me, I always look at myself and put myself in somebody else's shoes because I was a content consumer. And so on the other side of it, before I became a podcaster, I wanted to know, like, hey, man, what's going on? Like, we're in the off season. What's up with these players? What, who should we be looking for? I got my eyes on some guys. I'm looking for podcasts that are talking about that. And so in that regard, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to hit it out the park. We're going to hit it out the park at the Nomad Network, if that's what you're looking for. If you're anything like me, that's the kind of thing you're looking for in the off season. Who are we? Who we going to draft into this thing and who fits? I'll be more dialed into exactly who we should be looking for once we get a coaching staff. But for right now, on the periphery, I'll be dialed in as much as I can on a general basis. But once we got coaches and all coaches have a type, we'll be able to dial it in a whole lot better. And so you got that promise from us. But the game's over, man. Listen, I haven't eaten dinner at FFG, and I hate to be short, but I haven't eaten dinner. I'm starving, bro.
AFT all the time. Vlad, aka Chief Cooper, but says ass kickers matter. Yes, they do.
Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you, Vizzo Joe, because I can tell, I mean, we might not see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I can tell you can appreciate where we're coming from, and I can appreciate how you came in here respectfully, and we had a good dialogue without no name calling and crap slinging and none of that stuff, man. You are more than welcome in here anytime.
And that's how it should be done. It's not very hard to do that whatsoever, even if you disagree.
Ditto. I appreciate it, Vizzo Joe, in ways that you don't have no idea about. The fact that you was able to come in here and have disagreements, and we hashed that out man to man and didn't have no, crap slinging to go along with it, man. I think that was important in that dialogue. I really do. And Joseph Matuzak says, great night, man. And good night to you guys too, man. Got to finish off my binder for the season. Tomorrow I'll start a new one for 2025. It's going to be a lot of good content coming from us. So everybody that's watching this show or listening to it, stick to us. Kids is not doing the show. I'm going to try. Where is Waldo? Waldo is somewhere probably chilling, getting folded right now, probably rightfully so, chilling out and trying to stay away from college. Ain't his thing. And he let me know that, but I'm going to try to get him more into the fold so he can bring you more content, and kids can be some part of what we're doing. But Kids is also trying to start his own program over there on his own channel. So can't never hate a man for doing that. I'll do everything I can to help that thing get off the ground and going. Anything I can do, I'll help him. But this ain't Kids' game. But I'm gonna try to get him more into the fold the best I can so you can see more Kids. But excuse me. FFG, let's give some pleasantries before we get out of here. Nick, if you feel like jumping in, you can too.
All right. Hey, I want to thank all the No Maniacs for joining us tonight, previewing some of these great players that we may or may not be able to draft or at least have some information on. The chat was just amazing tonight. You guys know your stuff left and right. And that's what I look forward to every time that whether I'm a guest or whether I'm just in the chat. I like seeing the insight that everybody is able to possess and display. And that's where the conversation stays flowing all the time. So to all the No Maniacs out there, Super No Maniacs, everybody who's listening, everybody who's participating, it's a joy and a pleasure for me every time I get a chance to be online with you guys. It really is. And so I just want to thank everybody who hopped in today, all the way from, Crimson You Dig. It was the first person, all the way to the last comment we had, the ATF at all times, Flat AK Chief Cooper, you know what I'm saying? So, and everybody in between, thank you so much for being involved on your Friday night when you could have been doing something with your family or friends or hanging out, at the club, whatever you was doing, we're going to be doing. We really appreciate y'all spending time with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Nick, you up?
I ain't got not much else. I'm ready to send y'all home.
Nick's gonna go to sleep. Now you want to wrap it up, Nomad?
My bad. I was talking my behind off and was on mute. And that's a functionality problem right there. But I want to thank FFG. I want to say this to you, bro, live as a brother, from brother to brother. I appreciate you on a lot of different levels. For one, being willing to take some advice and being willing to shape yourself into being what you think you can bring to the channel and being willing to play that role. And I know I know I ain't for everybody, but I'm trying my best to help us get the right people on the channel. And I think you're gonna fit well. And in fact, I think at some point, man, like everybody else that comes on this channel, you're gonna want your own channel to do your own thing, your own kind of way. I'm kind of getting used to that, but I would prefer to be the way we are over here and being a diving board for other people to get platforms and have a voice to do your own thing your own way, because nobody likes to come into a situation where they feel like, you know, somebody is guiding them. Everybody wants to do stuff the way they want to do it, and I'm mature enough and wise enough to respect that, and that's why I respect you and the way you brought yourself to what we're doing over here, man. And I mean that from my heart. I'm telling you live because I want you to feel it from me live. I'm saying it in front of the people. He's working his butt off to try to make sure he brings great content to you all. Whatever I ask him to do, he's right there stepping up, and he goes overboard for it too sometimes. But that's a good thing, because if you want to be a podcaster, you got to be willing to put in the time. And that's research and doing your own homework and that whole thing and the whole 9 yards to come with it. And so anybody that wants to be a good podcaster and feels like you have a voice and you need it to be heard, and you want to be part of something, bring it on over here. Come holler at us. Bring it on over here. All you got to do is get at us on the email. And I put that up enough time. Nobody needs to see that no more. But that's just
first time watchers though, Nomad, you never know.
All right, well, let me pull it up then. Let me go and pull it up one last time, because
you're trying to get new subscribers, right? You want
you're right. You're not wrong, bro. Yeah, not wrong whatsoever. Let me find it. I got so many overlays in here. I gotta hold on. Damn, man.
See, this is how I get them, y'all. This is how I get Nomad frustrated. I try to get him to promote as much as he could, because the content is awesome. And the more people that can view it, the better off we are. And the better off you guys are, because you get all the views and different types of aspects of everybody's thought process when it comes to the Bears and it comes to football. Because that's what we're really talking about, is football. And the Bears are the kind of football that we want to accentuate on this program.
I might have mistakenly deleted out of the I might have deleted it out of here. So I'll put it up next time. So the email is nomadlivepod2023@gmail.com. Repeat, nomadlivepod2023@gmail.com. So all you got to do is hit us up there. If you feel like you got a voice to bring to the table, come on. We'll get you in the shape and get you where you need to be. MC Fact says, Nomad, can you put a link to Kez' channel? I put Kez Canuck on the browser and nothing came up. Nick, can you help me out there? Because I'm pretty sure that's the name of his channel, Nick. If you want to pop in right quick, I think that's the name of his channel.
Yeah, it should be. If you're searching that on YouTube, it should show up in the channel section. I'm trying to think if it's spelled different or not, but that should be it. Keds the Canuck, just like that. That looks right.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Wait a minute. Wait.
Is it?
I might have misspelled it. Let me try that again.
Is it or the?
Hold on. I think it's this. Is it the Canuck or Canuck with the A in there?
No, it's Canuck. Canuck is spelled K-A-N-U-C-K.
Okay. So I think we got it right. Yeah, you should be able to find it. I'm gonna have to get on Kids and make sure. He's just probably not in the algorithm, and yeah, that's what happens with a new channel. He's not in the algorithm, so I'll have more information for you. We should be out here on Sunday for the next show. We should be doing Nomad at Night on Sundays from now on, and until while we're in the off season anyway. And so that's what you guys can expect. But let me give you guys a closing statement, because what we were just talking about earlier is, you know, what kind of content you can expect from us moving forward, and that is, you know, we're gonna really knock it out of the park when it comes to these players, because I'm doing nothing but yeoman's work when it comes to getting this list big enough so that anytime we do a show, we got numerous guys that you should probably take a look at. And it's going to be shows where it's going to be your average, you know, player that everybody's talking about out there. There's going to be shows like that. And then there's going to be those sleeper shows when we're talking about players that ain't nobody talking about. And I got a big list of. And so we're gonna tear it up with that content. Hopefully, starting Sunday, we're gonna put some of those guys on display and put it out there for you guys. But I cannot BS you guys and tell you guys that we're going to be 100% dialed in until they get this coaching staff set up. When they get the coaching staff, I'll really be able to get into it, and we'll be able to really give you guys the best content available when it comes to these players, man, because, you know, you're not going to get everything you want in the first, second, third round. There's going to be some players later on. You're going to have to settle for some of those picks later on in the draft, and to know who those guys are is part of one of the things that I pride myself in doing, and being able to find those guys for you. So if you subscribe to this channel for nothing else, just understand this. Nomad and this crew over here at the Nomad Network is going to find those guys ain't nobody talking about. So if you want to subscribe for a reason, make that be your reason. We're going to find those guys. And so I just wanted to put that out there and say thank you guys for being here. Every single person that came in and chatted tonight, every single person that's listening to the show and didn't chat, you know, we appreciate all you guys for the support. Get the subscribes up, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, because that's just the polite thing to do, people. Just really, that's it. It's just the polite thing to do when you're watching content. Hit the like button. That's what I do when I go watch every channel. Make sure I hit that like button because I watch the content. But with that being said, I want to say thank you one last time before we get out of here. Hopefully we will see you guys Sunday for Nomad at Night. But I got to leave you with these famous words. If you can think it, people, and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Don't be a creature of your own mind, and don't be a prisoner of it. But with that being said, we are out.